I've been working as a park ranger for almost 8 years, and in that time, I've seen things that made me question how well I really understand the forest I patrol. Most of the time, my work is peaceful. Long drives through dirt roads, checking trailheads, logging fallen trees, picking up trash, helping lost hikers, that kind of thing. But sometimes the quiet is too heavy, too still, and I start to feel like something out there is watching. This particular incident happened in the early fall, around the tail end of camping season. The days were still warm, but the nights had that sharp bite of cold that settles in when the season's about to turn. I was stationed at a smaller park that bordered a large, lesser-known section of wilderness. Dense woods, steep ridges, and miles of narrow fire roads that most visitors didn't even know existed. My shifts rotated between patrolling campsites and responding to any calls from visitors. That weekend, I was covering a wide stretch of remote forest that had almost no official campsites, just a few backcountry clearings and old logging roads. I brought my dog with me that weekend, a German Shepherd named Nala. She'd been with me for 4 years and was trained for search and rescue. She was calm by nature, rarely barked, rarely growled. I'd taken her on dozens of night patrols without an issue. She was the kind of dog that could nap through a thunderstorm and stare down a black bear without flinching. That's why what happened that night has stayed with me so strongly. It was late afternoon when I started scouting for a good place to set up camp for the night. I didn't need much, just a flat spot to park my truck, set up my small tent, and keep a clear line of sight in case of any trouble. The area I was patrolling was isolated, maybe 20 miles from the nearest main road. The dirt track was narrow and rough, twisting through thick pine and fir. The air smelled sharp with sap, and the ground was littered with dry needles that cracked under the tires. Nala was sitting in the passenger seat, staring out the window as usual. I remember noticing how still the forest looked that day. The sky was a pale gray, the kind of color that makes every sound seem louder. I stopped a few times to check clearings, but they were all uneven or too close to fallen trees. Around the 4th stop, I noticed Nala had started acting strange. Her ears were stiff, her tail low, and she was making this deep grumbling noise in her chest. At first I thought maybe she smelled an animal, a bear maybe, or coyotes, but she wasn't looking at one specific direction. Her head kept turning, like she couldn't figure out where the scent was coming from. I decided to keep driving. After about 15 more minutes, I found a slope that opened up into a wide, flat spot. It was tucked just under a ridge with enough space for the truck and my tent. It should have been perfect, but as soon as I cut the engine, Nala's behavior got worse. She jumped out of the truck, pacing in tight circles, hackles raised straight up along her spine. She kept glancing toward the tree line, her teeth barely visible between her lips. I stood still, listening. The air was completely still. No birds, no rustling branches, just that heavy, muted quiet that doesn't feel right in a forest. It was the kind of quiet that makes your skin prickle. Then I heard it, a faint murmur of voices. They sounded male, low and steady, but I couldn't make out a single word. It was like hearing a conversation through water, muffled and strange. My first thought was that there were hikers nearby, maybe camping farther up the ridge. But the voices didn't sound distant. They sounded close, too close, like they were just beyond the trees. I called out, not shouting, but loud enough that anyone nearby would hear. Nothing changed. The voices didn't stop or respond. They just drifted in and out, like they were circling. I scanned the tree line again, but there was no movement, no sign of people. Nala's growl deepened. She kept pressing herself against my leg, her eyes locked on the slope above us. I tried to listen harder, but the sound seemed to shift. One moment it was coming from my left, the next from behind me. I thought maybe it was some kind of echo from the ridge, sound carrying weirdly through the valley. It happened sometimes in the mountains, voices or footsteps bouncing off rock walls. But the timing didn't make sense. The pattern of the voices wasn't consistent. I started to feel uneasy. I told myself it was nothing, maybe some hunters talking, maybe people hiking off trail, but my gut disagreed. Something about it felt off. There was a strange rhythm to it, too steady to be casual conversation, too constant to be random. It wasn't laughter or chatter. It was murmuring that came and went, just long enough to convince me someone was there, just faint enough that I couldn't tell what they were saying. I stood there for a few minutes, scanning the trees. The light was starting to dim, that golden hour when everything looks softer, but the shadows grow deeper. The longer I stood there, the more anxious Nala got. Her breathing was fast, her body tense, eyes darting at every sound. I'd never seen her like that before. I walked a few steps toward the tree line to check for tracks or movement. The ground was thick with needles and twigs, and the forest floor sloped upward sharply. As soon as I got a few yards in, the air changed. It got cooler, quieter. The smell of pine was heavy, almost damp. I stood there, waiting for my eyes to adjust, and then I heard the voices again, this time directly above me, up the ridge. 2 of them, maybe 3. Still no words, just that steady low tone. The sound was wrong, though. It didn't rise or fall with the wind. It was just there, hanging in the air. My heart started beating faster. Nala was whining now, pulling on her leash toward the truck. I turned back and noticed the hair along her neck was bristled. She was staring straight past me, toward the ridge. That was enough. Whatever it was, I wasn't about to spend the night there. I backed away, keeping my eyes on the slope. The voices faded again, slipping away as quickly as they came. I loaded Nala back into the truck, slammed the door, and started the engine. As soon as the headlights came on, the forest looked different, too dense, too shadowed, like the trees were crowding in closer. I drove back down the dirt road faster than I should have. Every few seconds I checked the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone, or something, step out onto the road behind me. But it was empty, just endless dark pines. Nala didn't calm down for almost an hour. Even when we reached the ranger station, she stayed alert, pacing the cabin, ears flicking at every sound. That night, I logged the incident, like I always do. I marked the location, noted possible human activity, and filed it under unverified. It would have been easy to just write it off as echo or sound distortion. That happens more often than people think. The hills and valleys out there can carry voices in strange ways. Sometimes you can hear campers talking miles away and it sounds like they're standing right next to you. But the thing that stuck with me wasn't the sound. It was the way Nala reacted. She's trained to stay calm under pressure. She's been near bears, coyotes, even a mountain lion once. She's never behaved like that before or since. That kind of primal fear doesn't come from nothing. The next day, I went back with another ranger just to check the area. We drove the same road, parked in the same spot, and hiked up the ridge. It looked completely ordinary. We found no campsites, no footprints, no discarded gear, nothing. The forest was still, quiet, peaceful even. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I'd have thought I imagined the whole thing. Later that week, I mentioned it to one of the older rangers, just casually, not like I was reporting something strange. He didn't say much, just nodded and told me that part of the park used to be popular with squatters back in the early 2000s. Apparently, a few illegal camps were found deep in those woods, miles off any main trail. Some were years old by the time they were discovered. Rotting tents, broken tools, rusted cans. He said sometimes, even now, you could find signs that people still stayed out there without being seen. That explanation made sense in a way. It could have been people. Maybe they didn't want to be found. Maybe they were watching me the whole time. Maybe the voices I heard weren't carrying through the valley at all. They were just hiding behind the trees, staying quiet whenever I got too close. I still think about that night whenever I patrol that area. I've gone back a few times since and nothing strange ever happened again. The forest there always feels a little heavier though. The quiet settles differently. I trust my instincts after that. The forest has rules even if we don't understand all of them. And sometimes when it tells you to leave, you listen. Because whatever was out there that evening, whether it was people or something else entirely, I know one thing for certain. I was being watched. And my dog knew it long before I did. I had been working as a seasonal ranger in that state park for about 4 years by the time this happened. The park wasn't huge, but it was big enough that some areas rarely saw visitors except during the peak of summer. We had around 20 designated campsites, 2 restroom stations, and several miles of trails that cut through thick pine woods and down toward a lake that reflected the moonlight in a way that always made the forest seem deeper than it really was. Nights there could get unbelievably dark. When the moon wasn't out, you couldn't even see your hand in front of your face without a flashlight. That particular night had started like any other. It was late July, warm even after sunset, and a handful of us off-duty rangers were camping together near the far end of the park. It was a quiet night. No wind, no sounds except the crackling of the fire and the occasional pop from the pine logs. There were 4 of us total, me and 3 friends I'd made through the job. We were drinking a bit, nothing wild, just a few beers to relax after a long week. By the time it hit around 10 p.m., I was feeling the combination of alcohol, exhaustion, and that heavy outdoor stillness that always seemed to come after midnight in the woods. Around that time, I realized I needed to take a shit. The campsite we were at didn't have a restroom nearby. The closest one was maybe a quarter mile away, down the main gravel path, past a few other empty campsites that hadn't been used in weeks. It wasn't uncommon for me to make that walk. I'd done it dozens of times before, but that night the darkness seemed thicker than usual. I grabbed my flashlight, told the others where I was going, and started down the path. The beam from my light cut through the dark in a narrow line. I could see the gravel glinting under it, the tall black shapes of trees swaying slightly, and the occasional flicker of moths darting through the light. The air had cooled off, and every step I took made that crunching sound that always echoed too loud at night. I'd gone maybe halfway when I saw movement ahead on the path. It was one of my friends, the one we always teased for having a weird, distinctive way of walking. His gait was slightly uneven, almost like he had a limp or just walked too casually for his own balance. Even in the dim light, I recognized it instantly. He wasn't coming from our direction, though. He was stepping out from a smaller trail that led to an old, unused campsite. That trail hadn't been open in months, since part of the area was under maintenance for erosion control. I remember thinking it was strange he'd come from there. I figured maybe he'd taken a wrong turn or gone exploring while drunk. I kept walking toward him, and he stayed maybe 40 or 50 feet ahead of me, his flashlight bouncing off the trees. At one point, he turned around like he'd noticed me and kept walking faster. I called out, asking what he was doing out there, but he didn't answer. Instead, he picked up his pace. It looked almost like he was trying to avoid me, which didn't make sense. I followed him down the main path until I lost sight of him completely. The woods swallowed him up. I stopped, shined my flashlight around, and listened. Nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing and a faint rustle of leaves somewhere in the distance. I assumed he'd gone back to camp by some shortcut or was just messing with me, so I kept going to the restroom. When I got there, the place was empty. The fluorescent lights flickered like they always did, and the air inside smelled of disinfectant and wet cement. I finished up, washed my hands, and made the long walk back. The woods were dead quiet. No wind, no insects, nothing. The kind of quiet that makes your ears ring a little. When I got back to camp, my friend was sitting by the fire, exactly where he'd been before. Everyone else was still there too. I asked him why he'd taken that weird path earlier, and he looked at me like I was crazy. They all swore he hadn't moved from the fire the whole time I was gone. His beer was still half full, untouched, right next to him. I thought maybe they were messing with me, but after a few minutes of pushing, I realized they weren't joking. None of them had left the site. I brushed it off. Told myself maybe I'd been tired, or maybe I'd seen someone else from another campsite and just thought it was him. Still, it bothered me how clear that walk had looked, how distinctive his movements had been. I'd spent enough time in the woods to know when my mind was playing tricks on me, and this hadn't felt like that. We all went to bed not long after. I crawled into my tent, zipped it up, and laid there listening to the fire dying out and the sounds of people shifting in their sleeping bags. The night got colder, and sometime around 3 a.m., I woke up needing to pee. I didn't want to walk all the way to the bathrooms again, so I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped the tent, and went a few yards into the woods. I found a tree, took a leak, and started heading back toward camp. That's when I heard a tent zipper open behind me. It was a slow, deliberate sound. I turned the flashlight toward the noise. and I could just barely make out the shape of my friend stepping out of his tent. I saw the silhouette, the same height and build, the same movements. He walked a few steps, then stopped, crouched slightly, and I heard the flick of a lighter. Sparks jumped in the dark, and then the orange glow of a cigarette lit up his face for a second. It was definitely him. Same hat, same jacket. I watched him take a drag, then exhale. He stood there quietly, then turned his head slightly like he was listening for something. He started walking again toward the direction of the parking area. I followed him, keeping maybe 30 feet behind. I didn't call out this time. I just wanted to see where he was going. My flashlight beam flickered as I walked, and I lost sight of him for a moment when he passed behind one of the cars. When I rounded the corner, he was gone. The air was still, and there was no sound of footsteps. I walked around the lot, shining my light into the trees, the path, even under the cars. Nothing. I stood there for a while, scanning the darkness, trying to figure out how he'd disappeared so fast. It was open space and the ground was covered with gravel. If someone ran, I'd have heard it. But there was nothing. Just the faint smell of cigarette smoke that faded quickly into the cold air. I went back to the tents, a little shaken, and that's when I noticed something that made my stomach drop. My friend's tent was still zipped up tight. I crouched down close and listened. I could hear him snoring softly inside, that slow, steady sound of someone deep asleep. I stood there for a long time, staring at that tent, my heart beating hard in my chest. I wanted to unzip it, wake him up, and prove to myself that he really was inside the whole time. But I didn't. I went back to my own tent and laid awake for hours, staring at the nylon above me, feeling the night pressing down from all sides. The next morning I was quiet. Everyone was. The air felt heavy, like something had passed through the place overnight that none of us could explain. I didn't mention what I'd seen again. I didn't want to hear them tell me I'd imagined it. We packed up that afternoon, and I left before the others. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The way that figure moved, the identical details, the jacket, the gait, the lighter sparking in the dark. There were no other campers nearby. The unused site where I'd seen him first was still closed off. I even checked the visitor logs later that week. No one had been registered in that part of the campground. What stuck with me most was the cigarette. My friend didn't even smoke. Not once in all the time I'd known him had I seen him with a cigarette. I thought maybe it was just the light playing tricks on me, or maybe someone else happened to look like him. But the odds of that happening twice in one night, in the middle of the woods, were too low to believe. I worked in that park for 2 more seasons after that, and every time I walked that same path at night, I caught myself scanning the trees, half expecting to see that same shape again. I never did, but sometimes, especially on windless nights, I could still catch the faint smell of cigarette smoke drifting through the pines. After a while, I stopped camping there altogether. I'd drive out to other areas of the park, or stay in the ranger cabin near the station when I had overnight shifts. There was something about that stretch of trail that felt wrong now. I couldn't explain it, but I knew what I'd seen, and I knew how it had made me feel. Like something familiar had been copied and placed in front of me just to see how I'd react. Years later, when I think back to that night, I try to find the rational explanation. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe it was someone from outside the park who wandered through. Maybe it was a coincidence that I saw him twice. But there's one thing that keeps me from fully accepting any of those ideas. When I got close to the car that night and lost sight of him, the ground had been damp from the dew. The next morning, when I walked back through that same spot, I looked down at the gravel. My boots left clear impressions in the dust and moisture, but there were no other prints anywhere near mine. Not one. That's the kind of thing that stays with you, the quiet proof that something happened that shouldn't have. I've seen people lost in the woods, heard strange noises, dealt with wild animals too close for comfort. None of that scared me like that night did, because whatever I saw out there wasn't trying to hurt me or scare me. It was just standing in the same dark as me, wearing a familiar shape, moving in a way I recognized, and somehow it knew exactly where to look to make me believe it was someone I trusted. I used to camp a lot in the El Dorado National Forest before I became a park ranger. Back then, it was just a place to escape the noise of everything else. My friends and I had this one particular spot along Sopiago Springs that we always went back to. It was tucked deep enough into the woods that we rarely saw anyone else. Just the sound of the stream, the trees creaking, and the soft buzz of insects when the air was warm. We had camped there a dozen times, maybe more, and it always felt like our own quiet piece of wilderness. That spot had a flat clearing with thick pines surrounding it, a good open stretch by the water, and enough fallen branches nearby to keep a fire going all night. The sound of the water running over rocks made it hard to think about much else. But over time, I started to notice small details that felt off. Animal tracks that didn't match anything I could recognize. Piles of stones that seemed placed deliberately, and the way sound sometimes carried strangely through those trees. I never said much back then. You get used to odd things in the woods. One weekend, a few years before I started working as a ranger, we decided to do a 3-day foraging trip there. We'd done plenty of regular camping, but we wanted to push ourselves a bit. See what we could live off if we really needed to. We brought a few MREs just in case, a couple rifles, and enough to build some rough shelters. That was it. I remember the drive up the old logging road, the way the air started to change the higher we got. You could smell the pine sap and the cold dampness of the soil before we even parked. We hiked in early, carrying more than we should have. By the time we reached our spot by the creek, the sun was dipping low through the trees. We got the fire going and boiled some water while one of my buddies checked the line for crawdads. I remember the way the light faded over the stream that first night. The water turned black under the shadows of the trees, and the forest felt thick, almost heavy. But we were in good spirits. We cooked the crawdads, roasted a squirrel my friend had shot, and opened a few beers. The firelight made everyone's faces flicker orange and gold. Everything about that night felt like the hundreds of other camping nights we'd had. Normal, safe. The next morning was colder than I expected. I woke up early before anyone else and went to refill my canteen. The forest was quiet, but it wasn't the usual kind of quiet you get in the morning. It felt like everything was holding its breath. The birds weren't calling, and even the stream seemed to run softer, like the air had thickened around it. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just early and maybe the animals hadn't started moving yet. But when I looked back toward camp, I saw my friend already sitting by the ashes of the fire, staring into the trees like he felt it too. I didn't say anything. We just kept moving through the day, gathering whatever we could find to eat. Some edible greens, a few mushrooms, some wild onions. Nothing much. Around noon, the wind picked up and it brought a strange smell with it. Not rot, not dead animal, just something metallic and sour, faint but distinct. It came and went so fast that I almost thought I imagined it. But that feeling I'd had in the morning, that something was wrong, kept growing through the day. By the time the sun started to fall behind the ridge, everything around us felt still again. No birds, no insects, no movement. The light dimmed fast in that valley, and soon the forest turned to deep shadow. The others went upriver, about 200 yards from camp, to check a trap line and clean their rifles. I stayed behind to watch the fire and keep camp ready. That was when the feeling of being watched got so strong I could barely ignore it. The air felt dense, like it was pressing down on me. The forest beyond the firelight was pitch black, the kind of darkness where you can't tell where the trees end and the shadows begin. Every crackle of the fire made me flinch a little. I remember stacking more wood, trying to make the fire big enough to keep the dark pushed back. The sound of the flames helped, but then, underneath the pop of burning wood, I started hearing something else. It was faint at first. Voices, not clear enough to make out words, just low murmuring, like someone speaking softly to themselves. It came from the opposite direction of where my friends had gone. I froze, listening hard. The sound stopped, then started again, closer. My heart was beating so hard I could hear it in my ears. I grabbed my rifle and faced the tree line, but I couldn't see anything beyond the reach of the firelight. Then just for a moment I saw movement. Something passed between the trees about 50 yards out. I should have thought it was an animal, but something about the way it moved didn't fit. I brought the rifle up and looked through the scope. In the dim light, I caught sight of it, something shaped like a person but wrong. It was low to the ground, moving on all fours, but its arms seemed too long, its body too lean. The way it moved reminded me of an ape, but faster, smoother. I only saw it for a second before it melted back into the darkness, silent except for the rustle of leaves. After that, the forest started making sounds again, but not the kind I wanted to hear. Twigs snapping, leaves brushing, small scuffs of movement in the undergrowth. Every sound came from the opposite side of camp, from where my friends were, and every sound stopped the moment I tried to pinpoint it. I felt completely surrounded, though I couldn't see anything. I kept the rifle trained at the dark while throwing more wood on the fire, watching the shadows flicker like they were alive. When my friends came back, I almost jumped out of my skin. I didn't even hear them until they were close enough for the firelight to catch their faces. They looked shaken, and I didn't have to say anything for them to know something was wrong. The way they looked at me told me they'd heard the same kind of noises where they were. We didn't sleep that night. We built the fire so high it felt like it might touch the branches, taking turns keeping watch. Every few minutes one of us would hear something faint out in the trees, a step, a breath, something that moved just out of sight. No one wanted to admit what they were thinking. We just stayed quiet, eyes darting between the shadows, waiting for dawn. By morning, the forest looked different. The mist hung low over the stream, and the smell of wet earth filled the air. Nothing moved. We packed up fast, no breakfast, no coffee, just got our gear and left. The hike back felt twice as long. Every time a branch cracked behind us, I turned, rifle half raised, but there was never anything there. It felt like something was trailing us, just out of view, until we reached the old logging road again. When we finally saw our truck, the relief hit me so hard my hands were shaking. We never went back to that spot again. Years later, after I started working as a ranger in that same forest, I thought about that night more often than I liked. The official reports I'd read over the years mentioned missing hunters, hikers vanishing without a trace, even strange animal sightings around that part of Sopiago Springs. Most of it got written off as accidents or people getting lost in the dense woods. But I know that forest better than most, and I've seen how fast things can turn bad out there. There are canyons and ridges out there that don't get sunlight for half the day. Whole stretches of forest where radio signals don't reach, where even GPS cuts out. You can scream out there and it'll just vanish into the trees. There are caves, old mines, animal dens so deep you could hide 100 people in them. And every once in a while, someone swears they see movement just past the firelight. Something shaped like a person but not moving like one. A few years ago, I was assigned to patrol the same section of the forest where we used to camp. The area had been closed off for months after a small wildfire, and I was checking the perimeter. It had been years since that trip, but as I walked down the overgrown trail toward the stream, I recognized the bend in the path, the sound of the water, the smell of pine needles. Everything came flooding back. I stopped where our camp used to be. The clearing was smaller now, trees having grown over where we once set our tents. The fire ring was gone, swallowed by moss. The sound of the stream was still the same, but the feeling was back. The heavy silence, the stillness that pressed in from all sides. I tried to tell myself it was just memory, that I was letting the past mess with my head. But as I stood there, I started noticing little things again. On the far side of the clearing there was a half-collapsed game trail leading uphill. Along that path, the ground was torn up like something had been digging. Not a bear, too narrow, too deep. I crouched to look closer, and the marks didn't match any animal I'd ever seen. Long grooves in the dirt, almost like fingers. I straightened up fast, suddenly aware of how quiet it was again. For a moment I thought I heard that same faint sound, like someone speaking softly, far away. I held still, listening. The sound stopped. Then something cracked in the brush behind me. I turned, rifle slung on instinct, but there was nothing there. The forest was empty. I backed out of that clearing slow and steady, not running, just keeping my pace even until I hit the ridge and saw sunlight again. I didn't file a report about it. There was nothing to write that wouldn't sound like nonsense. But I know what I felt that night years ago, and I know that same feeling came back. Whatever was watching us out there by Sopiago Springs, whatever moved through those trees, It wasn't gone. Maybe it's just something natural, something that lives in the woods and knows how to stay hidden. Maybe it... I worked as a seasonal park ranger in Michigan, spending most of my time moving between campgrounds, trails, and backcountry patrol routes. By the time I first heard about the old stories from the Manistee National Forest, I'd already been through plenty of long, quiet nights in the woods. Nights where every snapping branch made you glance over your shoulder, where the darkness felt endless, heavy, and alive. Nothing had ever really shaken me, though. I'd heard all the forest noises, the cries of foxes that sound like screaming children, the yips of coyotes, the hoots of barred owls that carry through the trees like laughter. I could identify most of it. I prided myself on that. But what I heard in Manistee one summer changed the way I thought about the woods entirely. It started with a memory. Years before I ever wore the uniform, I was a teenager on a backpacking trip with my Boy Scout troop deep in that same forest. We were out for several days, hiking sections of the North Country Trail, sleeping in tents just off the path each night. The Manistee woods were beautiful but thick, walls of pine and oak that let in very little moonlight. We were several miles from the nearest road, and by the second night, the reality of being that deep in the woods began to sink in. I remember how still it was. The air was heavy and warm, the ground damp from a storm earlier that afternoon. That night, after we had finished our campfire and zipped up in our tents, the sound started. It began as something faint, distant howls, high and drawn out, almost musical. I thought it was coyotes at first. Everyone did, but then the noises changed. They became sharper, more human, like someone screaming from deep in the forest, and then another sound, like metal striking wood, or something heavy slamming against a tree trunk again and again. I remember lying there frozen in my sleeping bag, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The sounds went on for what felt like hours, echoing from different directions, fading and returning, like whatever was making them was moving through the trees. No one said anything the next morning. We all avoided looking at each other, and when the assistant scoutmaster made a nervous joke about some high-pitched coyotes, nobody laughed. I was young, but even then, I could tell he didn't believe what he was saying. Later that day, we passed a lone hiker on the trail. He asked our scoutmaster if we had been making noise the night before. He looked tired, irritated. When he was told it wasn't us, he just shook his head and kept walking. That was the last we ever spoke about it, but the memory of those noises stuck with me for years. When I eventually became a ranger, I found myself assigned to Manistee. I didn't ask for it, but part of me wanted to go back, to see the forest again with different eyes. I'd always wondered what those sounds were. Coyotes, I told myself. Maybe an elk or a bobcat, maybe my imagination. But I knew deep down that it hadn't felt like any animal I'd ever heard. My post was mostly routine, trail checks, campsite maintenance, responding to calls from visitors. The Manistee is enormous, and there are sections where you can go hours without seeing another person. I grew to love the isolation, but late that fall, when the leaves had dropped and the forest floor was carpeted in brown and gold, I started hearing about odd reports from campers. Strange noises at night, screams echoing through the trees, rhythmic knocking sounds that went on for hours. Most of the time, I'd reassure them it was just animals. The forest can play tricks on people, especially when the wind shifts. One week I decided to hike out alone to a section near where my troop had camped all those years ago. It wasn't an official patrol, more like a personal check. I followed the same river valley I remembered from that trip, crossing over small creeks and pushing through thick stands of cedar. The days were short then, and by the time I set up camp, the sun was already dipping low, staining the sky orange and red through the bare branches. I built a small fire and cooked a quick meal, sitting on a log and listening to the forest. At first it was peaceful, the crackle of the fire, the slow creak of trees in the wind, the occasional sound of an owl somewhere far off. I sat there for hours, letting my mind drift back to that long-ago night with the scouts. When I finally crawled into my tent, I felt calm, almost nostalgic, but sometime after midnight, I woke up. It was the same feeling I'd had as a kid, the sudden alertness, like something had pulled me out of sleep. At first I didn't hear anything. Then it started again. It began far away, a single cry that rose and fell, long and piercing. Then came another, closer this time, and then another still, overlapping in strange, broken rhythms. The forest was filled with sound. It wasn't just one thing. It was many. High-pitched screams, shrill yelps, deep guttural calls. It didn't sound like coyotes anymore. It sounded chaotic, almost angry. I lay there perfectly still, every muscle locked. Then came the knocking. The sound was unmistakable, hard, hollow cracks echoing through the woods, spaced out like someone striking a bat against a tree over and over. The pattern was strange. 3 knocks, a pause, then 2. Then silence. Then again. I tried to tell myself it was branches falling, or maybe a woodpecker, but the rhythm was too deliberate, too controlled. I could feel the vibrations of the sound through the ground, like whatever was making it wasn't far away. It went on for nearly an hour. At one point the noises stopped completely, and the silence that followed was worse. The forest felt heavy, still, like it was holding its breath. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I didn't sleep again that night. When dawn finally came, I stepped outside my tent and looked around. The forest was quiet, pale light filtering through the trees. I walked a short distance toward where I thought the sounds had come from. There were marks on a few of the trees, long, deep gouges in the bark, too high up for me to reach. I don't know what caused them. They didn't look like axe marks, more like something heavy had struck the trunk repeatedly. I followed the signs until I reached a small clearing. The ground was torn up there like something had been pacing or thrashing around. In the middle of the clearing, I found what looked like an old fire ring, stones blackened with soot, covered in moss. It looked ancient, forgotten. There were bones scattered nearby. Not human, but animal, deer, maybe raccoon. Small fragments cleaned almost completely. I remember standing there, the morning light cold and thin, feeling like I'd stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see. When I got back to the station that evening, I filed a short report about possible illegal hunting or poaching activity in that section of the forest. I didn't mention the noises. I didn't mention the tree strikes. I just marked the area for further investigation. Over the next few months, more reports came in. Hikers describing screams at night, campers hearing rhythmic knocks, people saying they felt watched in certain parts of the forest. Some said they'd seen eyeshine in the trees, though when we checked, we never found tracks or evidence. It became a quiet pattern. Enough reports to notice, not enough to explain. Out of curiosity, I started listening to recordings people had posted online. Strange noises caught in the Manistee at night. Some of them matched what I'd heard as a scout. Some sounded exactly like what I'd heard that night alone. Long, drawn-out howls followed by sharp, hollow cracks of wood. People in the comments guessed everything from coyotes to wind, from elk to something else entirely. I didn't comment. By the time spring came, I'd convinced myself that whatever it was, it had an explanation. Everything in the woods does. Maybe the knocks were just trees shifting in the wind. Maybe the screams were foxes or owls echoing weirdly through the valley. I told myself those things because I had to, because I needed the forest to make sense. But sometimes, late on patrol, I'll stop my truck, turn off the engine, and just listen. The forest at night isn't silent. It never is. But there are moments when it feels like something out there is listening back, when the air feels heavy in that same way it did all those years ago. I never told anyone the full story of that night. Not the scouts, not my fellow rangers, but every time I return to that part of the forest, I feel the same pull of unease. Not fear exactly, more like respect or caution. The woods are old, older than we can really understand. They have their own sounds, their own rules, their own hidden things that move when no one's watching. Whatever made those noises, it's still out there. I don't need to see it to know that. I've heard it. I've felt it in my chest, in the stillness of the night, in the hollow knock of wood against wood somewhere far off in the dark. And that's enough, because some things in the forest don't want to be found. They've been there long before us, and they'll be there long after. All we ever do is walk through their home, listen for a moment, and then move on. But sometimes, if you stay long enough, the forest listens back, and if you're unlucky, it answers. I was assigned to a long stretch of forest along the Mogollon Rim in northern Arizona one summer, a place that feels nothing like the desert people imagine when they think of Arizona. Up there, around 7,500 feet, it's cold and wet, with dense stands of ponderosa pine and Douglas fir, tangled brush, and heavy moss that collects water like a sponge. The air smells like damp wood and wet soil, and when the clouds roll low, the entire forest feels sealed away from the rest of the world. It's one of those places that makes you feel like you're standing inside something ancient, where time slows down and everything around you seems to be waiting for something to happen. I was a seasonal ranger back then, and part of my job involved hiking into remote areas to check for fire hazards, abandoned camps, or signs of illegal activity like poaching or old pot grows. Most of the time, these places were quiet and empty. Occasionally, I'd find an old tarp half buried under pine needles, a few rusty cans, or a length of irrigation hose. Signs of the old marijuana operations that used to be hidden deep in these woods years ago. The people who ran them were long gone, but you could still see where they had cleared patches of land or dug shallow trenches to divert water. The forest was slowly reclaiming those scars, but you could still feel that human presence, faint but lingering, like something the woods hadn't fully forgotten. I'd been working alone for several weeks when I decided to spend a few nights out in one of the most isolated sections of my patrol area, rough country even by Arizona mountain standards. My plan was to hike out to an old game trail that followed a creek cutting through a steep canyon. The area hadn't been surveyed in years, and I wanted to check on it before monsoon season hit. It took most of a day to reach the area, climbing through thick brush and over slick red rock slopes where the rain had carved small gullies through the soil. By late afternoon, I found a flat spot about 20 feet above the creek, an old bench of land shaped like a natural platform. The ground was uneven but dry, and it felt safe enough to pitch my tent. Behind me, the slope rose sharply into a wall of tangled brush and rock, so dense that you couldn't walk 10 feet without breaking branches or sliding backward on loose dirt. In front of me, the bench ended abruptly in a steep drop, maybe 15 feet down, to the creek below. The water was shallow and moved quietly, just a soft trickling sound that echoed in the dark. It was peaceful in that lonely kind of way. There was no wind, no insects, no distant sound of traffic. The stillness was so complete it almost felt wrong, like the entire forest was holding its breath. I remember setting up my camp carefully, laying out my small stove, my food bag, my water filter. Every small sound I made, unzipping a pocket, snapping a twig under my boot, seemed unnaturally loud. When I stopped moving, there was only silence. No birds calling, no frogs, not even the usual rustle of small animals moving through the undergrowth. Just the faint hiss of water and the quiet pulse of my own heartbeat in my ears. It was strange. I'd spent plenty of nights alone in the backcountry before, but even the most remote places usually had some sound of life. This place felt stripped bare of that. By the time the last light faded, the clouds had rolled in heavy. There was no moon, no stars, just a dull, colorless darkness that swallowed everything outside the narrow circle of my lantern. I sat for a long time, eating a simple meal, writing a few notes in my logbook, and checking the satellite communicator I carried to message my family that I was safe. Even that struggled to send a signal through the thick canopy above. It felt like the forest didn't want to let anything out. When I finally crawled into my tent, I lay there listening to the stillness, my body tired from the climb, but my mind alert. Every now and then, I thought I heard something faint. A pop, a crack far off. But it was hard to tell if it was real or just the forest settling. After a while, I must have drifted off because I woke to an intense white light flooding through the fabric of my tent. At first, I thought morning had come early, but when I checked my watch, it was just past midnight. The light wasn't like a flashlight or lantern. It was too bright, too even. It filled the tent completely, sharp enough to cast shadows through the seams. I froze for a moment, heart hammering, trying to figure out what I was seeing. The only thought that came to me was that someone was outside, someone with a powerful light, standing close. The bench was so remote that no one should have been able to reach it without making noise. To get up from the creek or down from the ridge, you'd have to break through brush or kick loose rocks, and I'd have heard that from a mile away in that kind of silence. But there had been nothing, just darkness, then suddenly that blinding light. I fumbled for my headlamp, unzipped the tent, and scrambled out fast. As soon as I was halfway out, the bright light vanished. The forest snapped back into pitch-black silence. My own beam cut through the darkness, but there was nothing. No figure, no movement, not even the crunch of footsteps retreating through the brush. Just the soft trickle of water below. I swept my light in wide arcs across the trees and rocks. Everything looked exactly the same as before. The same narrow game trail, the same thick tangle of ferns and wild strawberries, the same cliff rising behind me. I turned off my light to listen, thinking maybe I could hear something, anything that would tell me what was out there. But there was nothing, not even wind through the branches. It was so quiet that I could hear my own breathing echo off the cliff. After a minute or two, I noticed a faint glow through the trees farther up the slope. It wasn't bright, just a flickering white shimmer, almost like fog-catching light. I stared at it, trying to make sense of what it was. It didn't move like a flashlight beam. It stayed steady but pulsed faintly, like a reflection off water. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it faded out. The woods went dark again. I stood there for what felt like hours, scanning the trees, trying to convince myself it was something simple. A hiker, a hunter, maybe even a reflection of lightning far off. But the clouds were thick and low, and there was no thunder, no glow on the horizon. The air was still and damp. The forest had returned to that unnatural silence. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat outside the tent with my flashlight resting on my knee, scanning the edge of the trees over and over. Every now and then I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a shift in the darkness. But when I turned, it was always nothing. The hours crawled by, and I counted each one by the faint glow of my watch. Around 4 a.m, I started to notice how cold it had gotten. My breath came out in pale clouds, and even wrapped in my jacket I could feel the damp chill cutting through. Still, there was no sound of life returning, no distant owl, no rustle of animals waking up, just the same endless silence pressing in. When dawn finally came, the light filtered weakly through the clouds, gray and dim. I checked the ground around my camp, half expecting to find footprints or broken branches, but there was nothing. The soil was soft and damp enough to hold a print easily, but it was untouched. No sign that anyone or anything had been near me. Even the plants looked undisturbed. I boiled some water for coffee and waited for the morning birds to start calling. They never did. The forest stayed quiet in that strange, empty way, like sound itself didn't exist there. I packed up slowly, double-checking every piece of gear, glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been watched the whole night, that something had stood in the dark just far enough back for me not to see. As I started down the narrow trail from the bench, I paid attention to every step. The soil crumbled easily under my boots, and each movement sent a few small rocks tumbling down the slope. It struck me then how impossible it would have been for anyone to approach me in the night without making noise. Even a deer or elk would have snapped branches or kicked stones loose. Whatever that light was, it didn't move the way anything natural or human would. The hike back felt longer than it should have. The air stayed heavy, the clouds thick and low enough to touch the tops of the pines. I didn't see a single sign of wildlife the entire way. No birds, no squirrels, no deer prints in the mud. Just that damp, heavy quiet pressing on everything. When I finally reached the old service road at the edge of the patrol zone, the relief I felt was like a weight lifting off my chest. The forest opened up a little, and I started to hear faint sounds again. The distant cry of a jay, the rustle of wind through the needles. It made me realize just how dead silent that bench had really been. I reported what happened in my field log, but I left out the part about the light. I wrote that the area seemed ecologically inactive, that there were signs of old cultivation but no recent human presence. I didn't mention how the woods felt wrong, or how I'd sat up all night waiting for something that never came. Some things don't sound right when you try to explain them. They lose the weight they had when you were standing in the middle of it. A few weeks later, another ranger passed through that same section while doing a water quality survey. He told me the area was unusually quiet, said even the frogs weren't breeding in the creek that year. He joked that the place gave him the creeps, that he didn't want to camp there again. I didn't tell him I knew exactly what he meant. To this day, I don't have an answer for what I saw that night. Maybe it was some... I worked as a seasonal park ranger for a few years, mostly rotating through Central Florida forests. But the Ocala National Forest always stuck with me. It's one of those places that looks beautiful from a distance. Dense pine flatwoods, winding sand roads, dark cypress swamps. But once you spend enough time inside, you start to feel how vast and isolating it really is. There are parts of Ocala where you can walk a full day and not see a single sign of another person. The forest has this strange energy, not supernatural or anything, just deeply unsettling. You can feel how easily someone could vanish there, how quickly things could go wrong if you lost your sense of direction or stumbled into the wrong part of it. The night I'm about to describe still sits in the back of my mind. It was years ago, but I remember every sound, every smell, every crunch of the sand under my boots. I wasn't on duty that night. I was out there hunting hogs with a friend. We had both been working in the park system long enough to know how to move around safely in the woods. We knew the trails, the game runs, the sound of different animals moving through the underbrush. That night we were well prepared. Both of us carried AR-15s, sidearms on our hips, and fixed blade knives sheathed at our belts. Between the rifles and the lights we had mounted, we felt untouchable out there. The moon was bright enough that we barely needed artificial light to navigate. The air was cool for Florida, dry enough that every step through the pine needles made a sharp crunching sound. It was past midnight when we realized we had wandered far deeper into the forest than we planned. I remember stopping at one point and trying to get my bearings. The faint trail we were following was just an old logging road, long overgrown and swallowed by palmettos and brush. You could still see the faint rise in the sand where trucks used to drive decades ago, but most of it was now covered in pine straw and low shrubs. When I pulled out my GPS, I realized we were about 3 or 4 miles from the main road. That's not too far if you're hiking in daylight. But in the middle of the night, with wild hogs and black bears out there, it felt like a lot farther. We decided to start making our way back toward the car. We were walking quietly, just the sound of boots brushing through the leaves, when I heard something moving fast through the woods off to our right. It wasn't the slow, clumsy rustle of a hog digging through the underbrush. It was something big, moving with purpose, crashing through the brush like it didn't care how much noise it made. I stopped and raised my hand for my buddy to hold still. We both listened. The sound got louder, then angled toward the trail ahead of us. It was about to cross in front of us. In that part of Ocala, the trails crisscrossed through the forest like a grid, dividing it into square quadrants. The trail we were on was one of those thin crosscuts, choked with brush on both sides, but still visible enough to make out about 50 feet in either direction. I didn't turn on my rifle light because I didn't want to blind whatever it was. It could have been a deer or a bear, and we didn't have tags to hunt them at night. Instead, I gripped my handheld flashlight, a heavy-duty one that could double as a club if needed, and waited. When I heard the thing hit the edge of the trail, I flicked the light on. For a second, the beam cut through the trees, lighting up the trunks and vines. And then I saw it. Just 2 white legs, pale, almost glowing in the light, running across the trail about 50 feet ahead. They were unmistakably human. I couldn't see the upper body because of the trees, but the stride, the shape, it was definitely a person. The legs disappeared into the brush on the other side, and then it was gone. We stood there in silence, trying to make sense of it. It made no sense at all. What kind of person was crashing through thick woods in the middle of the night, wearing shorts of all things? The forest floor there isn't forgiving. It's full of thorny vines, palmettos, and fallen limbs. You'd tear yourself to pieces running through it like that. Still, the legs looked too human for it to be anything else. I felt my stomach twist in this uncomfortable way, like my body knew before my brain did that we had seen something we shouldn't have. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was someone camping illegally. Maybe some drunk hiker or a lost camper trying to find a road. Either way, we were heavily armed and knew how to handle ourselves. The quickest route out was straight ahead, so turning around didn't make sense. We pushed forward, keeping our lights sweeping across the brush, rifles at low ready. Every few minutes I'd hear distant crashing sounds, something big moving, breaking sticks, circling around, but it never came close again. It was like whatever we'd seen was pacing us from a distance, watching us move through the woods. After an hour or so, we finally reached the car. It was sitting there untouched, just where we'd left it off the sand road. The relief I felt seeing it was almost physical, like a weight lifting off my shoulders. I loaded my rifle into the back seat, slid my handgun between the seat and console, and sat down. The silence of the forest pressed in around us. It's strange how quiet Ocala can be at night. No traffic, no planes, just the faint buzz of insects and the whisper of wind through the pines. As we started driving out, I opened the moonroof. The stars overhead were unreal, bright, endless, like a scattered field of ice chips. For a few minutes it felt peaceful again, just driving slowly along the sand road through that vast black forest. Then, about half a mile down, my headlights caught movement ahead. A man was walking along the road. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but as I got closer, the shape became clear. He was wearing a checkered button-down shirt and shorts, the same color as the pale legs I had seen crossing the trail. He wasn't carrying anything. No backpack, no flashlight, no gun, nothing. Just walking slowly down the middle of the road like it was perfectly normal. The weirdest part was that he didn't even look up as we passed. We were the only vehicle for miles, our headlights blindingly bright, but he didn't react. He just kept walking, his arms hanging loosely by his sides. I drove past him without slowing down. Neither of us said anything for a long time. The further we got from that spot, the more that uneasy feeling started to grow. That stretch of road is isolated, miles from any pavement, and even farther from the nearest town. There are no houses, no cabins, no hunting camps in that section of the forest. It's just sand roads and trees. The fact that someone could be out there at that hour dressed like that with no supplies made no sense at all. We finally reached the paved road and stopped to unload the rifles, locking them in the trunk. The drive home was quiet. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those white legs crossing the trail again. When I got home and showered, I tried to brush it off as a weird coincidence. Maybe it was some lost camper or a guy whose truck broke down. But as the days passed, I kept thinking about how deep we were in, how overgrown that area was. There were no maintained trails, no campsites, nothing. I started remembering the stories we'd heard from other rangers, talk of poachers using certain remote areas for illegal hunting, and of drug growers setting up hidden operations deep in the woods. The kind of people who didn't want anyone stumbling onto their business. A few weeks later, when I was back on duty, I decided to drive out near the same area during daylight. I told myself it was just to check for trash or off-road vehicle damage, but part of me wanted to see if I could find any sign of what we'd run into. I parked near where we had seen the man and started walking the trail with my GPS. The sunlight made the woods look harmless, thin beams of gold coming through the tall pines, dragonflies hovering over puddles. But after about half a mile, I started to notice things that didn't fit. I found an old rusted piece of wire strung between two trees, almost at knee height. It wasn't part of any fencing or boundary. It looked like someone had put it there intentionally, maybe as a tripwire. A little further in, I saw a few wooden boards nailed to trees in rough shapes like makeshift signs. They didn't have words, just symbols crudely burned into them. Arrows, circles, a few shapes that looked like crossed lines. I followed one of the old logging roads deeper in until I started to notice empty beer cans, cigarette butts, and scraps of tarp, half buried under pine needles. Then I found something that made my stomach drop. There was a small clearing, maybe 15 feet across, where the trees opened up just enough to let sunlight in. In the center was the remains of a fire pit surrounded by empty food cans and shotgun shells. Behind that, hidden in the brush, was a pile of cut branches stacked up neatly, covering something. When I pulled them back, I saw the frame of an old tent, collapsed and rotting. but beside it was a piece of plywood painted with a warning in faded red letters. Keep out, private. There's no private property in that section of Ocala. It's all protected land. Which meant someone was claiming it for themselves, and they wanted people to stay away. The more I looked around, the more I realized how carefully everything had been hidden. Whoever had been there knew what they were doing. Someone who understood the forest, who didn't want attention. It hit me then that we hadn't just stumbled onto a random hiker that night. We had probably walked through the edge of a poacher's camp or a drug operation, and that man we saw on the road was likely one of them keeping watch. After that, I logged the location and turned it over to law enforcement. They went out. I was 13 when I first started calling myself a hunter, though I didn't have the slightest idea what that actually meant. My family wasn't into hunting, not even fishing, and my dad's idea of the outdoors was mowing the lawn once a week. But I was different. I spent my time exploring the woods behind our small town, walking the trails alone, studying tracks in the mud, sitting still for hours trying to spot deer or raccoons. I watched hunting shows on TV and imagined myself out there, covered in camouflage, being part of the wild instead of just an observer. When I finally got my first BB gun, it felt like a key to something bigger, like I was finally allowed into a world I had only been looking at from the outside. That fall, I started going deeper into the woods than ever before. The air always smelled like wet leaves and pine, and the deeper I went, the quieter it got, except for the wind pushing through the trees. I learned how the forest changed as the day went on, how it looked gold and alive at noon but turned gray and flat as dusk came in. I knew the trails, the streams, even the fallen logs that made natural bridges across the water. I didn't tell anyone where I went. It felt like my own secret place. One afternoon after school, I took the BB gun and followed an old path that led toward the swampy edge of the forest. There used to be an old farmhouse there, one my dad told me had burned down before I was old enough to remember. I'd seen it when I was really little, just the outline of it through the trees. Still standing then, but by the time I was a teenager, it was only ruins, a few pieces of the stone foundation, a chimney standing crooked against the sky, and some rusted metal scattered around where the walls used to be. The place always made me feel strange, like the air there was heavier somehow. The ground stayed damp even when everything else was dry, and nothing seemed to grow right around it. That day, it was close to dusk when I got there. Everything was painted in that dull gray-blue color the woods get right before night takes over. The insects were quieting down, and the shadows between the trees were stretching longer. I remember stopping near the edge of the swamp, the mud sucking at my shoes. There was a dead tree sticking up out of the water, tall and stripped of bark, looking like a piece of bone. I was staring at it when I heard a deep fluttering sound above me, slow, heavy wings pushing through the air. I looked up and saw a massive bird glide over and land right on the top of that dead tree. At first I thought it was an owl. Its wingspan was huge and it had a rounded head, but it was too far and too dark to tell exactly. My heart was pounding because I had never been that close to something that big before. I raised my BB gun without even thinking. Looking back now, I know how stupid it was. I didn't know anything about birds back then, and I definitely didn't think about whether it was protected or what would happen if I hit it. I just wanted to see what my little gun could do, to see if I could actually hit something alive. I aimed at the shape sitting on the tree. The gun was shaking a little in my hands, my breath showing in the cold air. When I pulled the trigger, the soft pop of the BB gun sounded way too loud in that quiet place. I saw the bird twitch. Then it let out a sound that didn't seem possible for anything living to make. It was a scream, a sharp, tearing sound that echoed off the trees and went right through my chest. The thing dropped from the branch, wings flailing, and disappeared into the tall grass and swamp below. For a second, everything went still again. My stomach turned cold. I could hear the sound of my own heartbeat in my ears. I wanted to run right then, but I couldn't move. I was staring at the place where the bird had fallen, waiting for it to flap back up or make another sound. But it didn't. I thought maybe it was dying down there, and guilt started to flood through me. I remember whispering in my head, thinking how I shouldn't have done it, how it wasn't fair, how I just wanted it to get up and fly away. Then, out of nowhere, the woods exploded with sound. It started as one strange whooping noise, high and sharp like another bird, but it didn't sound right. It was followed by another, then another, until the entire forest seemed to come alive with that awful sound. It wasn't just owls or birds. It was deeper and stranger, like voices but not human, rising and falling all around me. The noises bounced between the trees, overlapping and blending into this terrifying chorus that surrounded me completely. It felt like the forest itself was alive and angry. I remember turning in a full circle, trying to see where the noises were coming from. Every direction sounded the same. Some of it came from up high, from the treetops, and some from the underbrush right next to me. I could feel the vibration of it through the ground, through my legs. It was this awful mix of howls, screeches, and strange whoops that seemed to move closer and closer. I'd never heard anything like it before, and I've never heard anything like it since. Something snapped inside me, and I started running. The BB gun was still in my hand, but I didn't even care if I dropped it. My legs felt like they barely touched the ground as I tore through the brush, tripping and catching myself, panting so hard it hurt. I didn't look back. I just ran toward home, following the faint shape of the trail as the last light disappeared completely. The noises followed me for a while, fading and swelling again like whatever was making them was chasing me. But by the time I got near the edge of the woods, they stopped all at once. It was as if someone had turned off a switch. When I reached my yard, I stopped and doubled over, gasping, my chest burning. Everything was dead silent again except for the sound of crickets. I stood there, shaking, waiting to hear another sound, but the forest was calm and still, like nothing had ever happened. I didn't tell anyone about it. I didn't even go back for the BB gun right away. For the next few weeks, I avoided that part of the woods completely. I didn't even like being outside near dusk anymore. Every time I heard an owl hoot at night, it sent a chill through me. A month later, I finally forced myself to go back. The leaves had fallen by then, and the air was cold and sharp. I found the swamp again and the dead tree still standing. The ground where the bird had fallen was thick with old grass and mud, but I couldn't find any feathers or bones. Nothing at all, like it had never been there. I looked around for a while, then left without staying too long. Even in the daylight, that place felt wrong to me. Years passed. I grew up, finished school, became a park ranger, a job that let me stay close to the woods I'd always been drawn to. I learned about wildlife, tracking, conservation, and the delicate balance that keeps everything in nature working together. I learned how much harm people can do when they don't understand what they're dealing with. I spent years studying birds too, especially raptors and owls. I listened to every recording I could find, screeches, distress calls, territorial calls, but nothing ever matched what I heard that evening in the swamp. Not even close. Even now, when I think about it, I can still feel that moment in my chest. The sound of those hundreds of voices screaming from every tree, the air vibrating like the woods themselves were alive. I've seen a lot since I became a ranger. I've dealt with people lost for days, found bodies that animals had gotten to, stumbled on scenes of accidents and things nature doesn't forgive easily. But nothing, not even death, ever shook me the way that night did when I was 13. I've gone back to that area a few times as an adult. The swamp has changed shape over the years, and the dead tree finally fell. The chimney is still there, leaning more than ever, covered in moss. Whenever I'm there, the forest feels unusually quiet. Too quiet, like everything's holding its breath. I'll stop and listen, waiting to hear the sound of wings or those strange whooping calls, but there's never anything. Just whine through the reeds and the low bubbling of the swamp. I've thought a lot about what could have happened. Maybe it was just a coincidence, a group of birds reacting to a distress call. Maybe I startled a nesting area I didn't see. Maybe my brain, young and terrified, turned a handful of sounds into something bigger, something alive. But there's always that small part of me that doesn't buy any of those explanations. I know what fear feels like. I've been in danger before, out in the field, but that night was different. It wasn't just fear. It was like the woods themselves were warning me off, making sure I never did something like that again. I never told anyone this story while I was working as a ranger. It felt too strange, too unbelievable. People expect rangers to be logical, grounded, practical. I try to be. But that memory sits in the back of my mind like a scar, faint, but still there. And every time I see a kid with a BB gun or a slingshot walking into the trees, I feel that same cold knot in my stomach. I always make sure to stop them, to tell them not to mess with things they don't understand. Not because of laws or rules, but because nature has its own ways of teaching respect. Some lessons you only need to learn once. Now, sitting in my apartment miles from that forest, I sometimes hear wings outside my window at night. I tell myself it's just pigeons or night herons flying over the river nearby. I tell myself I'm not superstitious, but every once in a while, when the air is still and I'm half asleep, I think I hear something else, a faint distant whooping sound carried on the wind, rising and falling like the echo of something that's never really gone. I don't move when I hear it. I just lie there listening. I became a park ranger about 10 years after a trip that changed the way I looked at the wilderness. Before that, I was just a kid who thought being tough meant pushing my body further than my brain could handle. That trip to the Grand Canyon was the first time I realized that nature doesn't care how young or strong you think you are. It strips you down until you see what you really are underneath. Back then, my buddy and I had just graduated high school. We were both 18, full of pride, and ready to prove something to no one in particular. We wanted a story to tell, something that would make people say we were crazy. So when we started talking about doing a big hike before college, we didn't pick an easy one. We picked Tanner Trail, mostly because everything we read about it said it was dangerous, difficult, and rarely traveled. That sounded perfect to us. The fewer people, the better. We packed stupidly. We had enough food for maybe 2.5 days. A tent that barely fit 2 people, a couple of cheap sleeping bags, and 2 gallons of water each. We thought that would last us because we figured we could refill near the river. I remember my dad shaking his head when I told him our plan, saying the heat down in the canyon could kill a man in a few hours. But at 18, you think warnings are just a way for older people to make you scared of life. We drove from Flagstaff early in the morning. I remember how the sun came up like a white fire over the desert, the light hitting the cliffs and turning everything into this burnt orange glow. The closer we got to the trailhead, the quieter it became. The road turned to gravel, and by the time we reached the parking area, there wasn't another car in sight. The air was dry enough that every breath felt like sandpaper. The first few hours of hiking were almost exciting. The trail dropped fast, winding through layers of red rock and loose gravel that slipped under our boots. The Grand Canyon doesn't really hit you all at once. It opens slowly, piece by piece, until you feel like you've stepped into another world. We stopped often, not just because of the heat, but because it felt unreal to look out and see that endless maze of cliffs, ridges, and shadows stretching for miles. The sky was so wide and empty that it made you feel smaller with every step. By midday, the excitement started to wear off. The sun was punishing. It wasn't just hot, it was like the heat had weight, pressing down on us from every direction. We stopped under a rock overhang to eat some jerky and drink water. My shirt was soaked through with sweat and already stiff with salt. When I checked the temperature with a small thermometer clipped to my backpack, it read 112 degrees. I remember laughing about it, thinking it made for a cool story. But my legs already felt like they'd been cooked. We hadn't seen a single person the entire day. Not one hiker, not even a footprint fresher than ours. The silence down there isn't like normal quiet. It's so complete that it feels alive. You can hear your heartbeat, the crunch of sand, the dry whistle of wind through cracks in the canyon walls. Every sound becomes something you pay attention to, even when you don't want to. By late afternoon, we reached a narrow section where the trail wound down toward what used to be a creek bed. Tanner Creek, I think. It was bone dry, just cracked earth and smooth stones scattered where water used to flow. The heat reflected off the pale ground like an oven. Every step sent small puffs of dust into the air that clung to our legs and faces. We followed the dry creek for nearly an hour, pushing through exhaustion because we knew the Colorado River wasn't far. The walls of the canyon were closing in tighter, the air growing stiller. The sun had started to drop, but it didn't make much difference. The rocks held the heat like a furnace. My lips were cracked, and when I swallowed, my throat felt raw. I could tell my friend was hurting too, but neither of us wanted to say it. Then we saw him. It happened just after we rounded a line of boulders that looked like they'd fallen from somewhere high above. Beyond them, the creek bed opened up into a small sandy area leading right to the river. The Colorado shimmered in front of us like molten glass, slow but powerful. And right there at the edge was a man. He stood knee-deep in the water, dressed in jeans and a denim shirt tucked neatly into his waist. His hair was long and black, hanging loose around his shoulders. He looked like he belonged in some old photo, like he'd stepped out of another time. He was tossing something into the water, again and again, his arm moving in a steady rhythm. At first I didn't understand what he was doing. It was a small blue ball, something like a racquetball. He would throw it into the rapids just a few feet away, and somehow every time it would bounce and spin and come right back to him. Not straight back, but close enough that he could step forward and catch it. The current was wild there, churning with rocks and foam, but it was like the ball had a path it followed, like he'd done it 1,000 times before. We were too tired to think much of it then. We just wanted water, shade, and somewhere to sleep. So we moved off a little ways and set up camp farther upstream, where a small patch of sand was flat enough for the tent. The sound of the river was loud but comforting after the silence of the trail. I remember glancing back once and seeing the man still standing there, throwing the ball over and over, the motion never changing. When the sun dipped below the rim, the canyon turned purple, then black. The temperature dropped fast, but the air still carried the weight of the day's heat. We lay there on our sleeping bags, listening to the river and the occasional crack of rocks shifting in the distance. The smell of dust and warm stone hung in the air. It was only when the exhaustion faded a bit that the strangeness of that man started to bother me. The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. Tanner Trail wasn't exactly easy to get to, and the section near the river wasn't known for being friendly. There were no nearby campsites, no trail junctions. If he'd come from the top, he would have had to descend the same brutal switchbacks we had, and we'd been on that trail all day without seeing anyone. Then there was the ball. The river at that point was violent, full of jagged rocks and fast-moving water. For that ball to bounce and roll back perfectly each time, it didn't seem possible. The odds were too small. Maybe it was luck, or maybe he had practiced it for years. But even that didn't explain how calm he was down there, alone, in the middle of nowhere, in heat that could kill you. We tried to sleep, but it didn't come easy. I kept thinking I heard footsteps outside the tent, the sound of loose pebbles shifting. Every time I looked out, there was nothing but the dark canyon walls and the faint glimmer of moonlight on the river. My friend eventually drifted off, but I stayed awake most of the night, half expecting to hear that ball bouncing against the rocks again. Morning came harsh and bright. The light filled the canyon like a fire. When I stepped out of the tent, the river looked calmer, flatter than it had the day before. There was no sign of the man. I walked down to where we'd seen him, but the sand there was smooth, no footprints, no sign of anyone ever standing there. It was as if the river had erased everything overnight. We refilled our bottles and packed up. The hike back up was worse than the way down. The air grew hotter by the hour, and we had to stop constantly to rest in the smallest patches of shade we could find. By the time we reached the rim again, my vision was starting to blur from dehydration. We didn't talk about the man much on the way home. I think we both tried to brush it off as some weird coincidence, just another hiker we happened to cross paths with. But something about it never sat right. Months later, when I started reading more about the Tanner Trail, I found a note on a hiking forum mentioning that a landslide had destroyed parts of it not long after our trip. Someone else mentioned that people had reported seeing someone down near the river throwing a ball years before that, long before the trail had become so remote. No one seemed to know who he was. Years later, when I became a park ranger and started working search and rescue in the canyon, I couldn't shake that memory. Every time we got a call about a missing hiker near Tanner or one of the side canyons, I thought about that man standing in the river, repeating the same motion again and again like it was all he knew how to do. The canyon has a way of keeping things. Sound, heat, memories. They all stay there, trapped between the walls. You can walk the same trail 10 times, and it'll never feel exactly the same. Sometimes you'll swear you hear voices or see movement in places that should be empty. People say it's just the wind or the echo, but I don't think that's the whole story. I've gone back to Tanner Trail a few times since then as part of my job. The section near the creek is mostly gone now, wiped out by a landslide that left a massive scar cutting down to the river. The path we took is buried under tons of rock and debris. Every time I stand there looking at that destruction, I think about that small patch of sand where we camped and the man with the racquetball. Sometimes I wonder if he ever really left that place, or if he'd been there long before we ever showed up, repeating that same strange act because it was the only thing keeping him sane in that endless heat and silence. Maybe he'd come down there and never made it back out. Maybe the ball was just something he found to give himself a reason to stay near the water, a small bit of control in a place that offers none. Whatever the truth was, that image of him never left me. The denim shirt, the long black hair, the stead. I used to think the strangest things I'd ever see as a park ranger would be wild animal behavior, or maybe a reckless camper doing something stupid in the woods. But the Met Adams area changed that. It was the kind of place that had its own quiet tension in the air. The kind that made you feel like something was always watching you from the trees, even when the forest was dead still. I'd been working for the Forest Service for several years when I got stationed in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest, not far from Met Adams. It was one of those postings where you could go days without seeing another person, especially in the dispersed camping areas. People came there to be left alone, which always made me uneasy. When people want to disappear for a few days in a place that remote, they usually want it for a reason. The forest there is heavy, dense fir and pine, thick underbrush, long stretches of gravel roads that seem to go on forever without any sound, but your own tires crunching rocks. I always loved that quiet, but over time it started to feel unnatural. The deeper you went, the more that quiet pressed down on you, like the air itself didn't want sound to exist. The first time I ever saw the lights, I wasn't even on duty. My boyfriend and I had gone camping up there in early September. We weren't dating long, and I wanted to show him the kind of work I did. He was one of those people who thought anything strange had a logical explanation. Reflections, aircraft, misidentifications. I wasn't a believer in anything paranormal either, but I'd heard plenty of stories from other rangers. We set up camp in one of the more secluded dispersed areas, northeast of Met Adams. It was one of those spots that wasn't on any official map but had been cleared enough times over the years that a few people knew about it. The trees opened up just enough to see a strip of sky. It was quiet. The kind of quiet you get only in a forest so deep the sound of the world doesn't reach it. That night, after the fire had died down, I was looking at the stars when I noticed something move in the sky. At first I thought it was a plane, but it wasn't moving like one. It glided smoothly, then suddenly stopped dead, hanging motionless in the dark. Then another light appeared next to it. They both stayed there for maybe 10 seconds before one zipped straight across the sky at a speed I'd never seen before and vanished. I'd seen this kind of thing before out there, maybe once or twice. Most rangers who worked the Met Adams beat had. We usually shrugged it off as military aircraft. There were bases not too far away, and the mountains were known for strange activity. Still, something about the way the lights moved. It wasn't like anything normal. More lights appeared, blinking on and off, then disappearing. Some of them moved in perfect straight lines. Others curved and met in the middle before fading. My boyfriend couldn't come up with any explanation, and I could tell it unsettled him. I didn't blame him. Watching them made me feel small and uneasy, like I was seeing something I wasn't supposed to. A few months later, we went camping again, this time with his dad and stepdad. Both had worked in the Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management for decades. They'd seen everything the wild could throw at a person. They were practical men, no nonsense, no superstitions. Around the fire, the talk turned to old ranger stories, the kind you tell when the night gets too quiet. We mentioned the Mented Adams area, and his stepdad immediately got quiet. He told us that years ago, when he worked that area, they were sent to investigate reports of logging theft, illegal crews supposedly cutting and hauling timber out at night. He said the job was simple: find the trucks, report the operation, call enforcement. But they never caught anyone. Every time they went out, they'd find fresh stumps, tire tracks and chains, but never a person, never a truck. One night, they decided to stake out one of the sites. He and his partner parked their truck deep off a logging road, backed into the tree line, and shut everything off. They sat in silence for over an hour, letting the truck cool down so nobody could spot them with thermal imaging. There was nothing behind them but forest, dense and black, the kind of dark that swallowed everything. He said it was past midnight when the entire area behind them lit up like a stadium. He described it like daylight exploding in the woods. The light was so bright it outlined the truck, the trees, even their own shadows cast long in front of them. He couldn't hear anything. No engines, no footsteps, no rustling, just the sound of his own heartbeat. Then, just as fast as it came, the light went out. They sat frozen, waiting for something, anything to happen, but nothing did. No sounds of retreating vehicles, no movement in the brush, no smell of exhaust or burning fuel. When they finally got out to look, there were no tire tracks, no lights, no sign of anyone ever being there. Just silence. That story stuck with me, especially because I knew how serious that man was. He wasn't the kind to make up nonsense, not even for a campfire story. A few years after hearing that, I got transferred back up near Mount Adams. I'd been assigned to monitor a string of vandalism cases. People breaking into Forest Service gates, dumping trash, cutting trees illegally. Most of it was minor, but a few reports mentioned unmarked vehicles spotted at night. Usually black trucks with no license plates. At first I thought it was probably illegal loggers or people salvaging old equipment. But one night in late October, I saw one myself. It was around 2 a.m. I was parked at a pullout near an old decommissioned logging road, watching the entrance through my binoculars. The night was pitch black, not a single star. No sound except the occasional wind pushing through the trees. My truck engine was off. I was sitting there in the dark when I saw movement down the road, headlights flicking on for half a second, then off. I sat perfectly still. After a few minutes, I saw a shape move through the trees. It was a large truck, flat black, no markings, no running lights. It moved almost silently, like it was coasting. I could barely make out the shape, but it was definitely a logging truck. Massive tires. Long flatbed, heavy cab. It drove straight past the road gate, which should have been locked with a steel bar, but somehow it wasn't. I didn't hear any metal being cut or moved. It just slipped through and kept going down the dirt path. I tried calling it in on the radio, but all I got was static. Not weak signal static, just a total dead channel like someone had jammed it. I decided to follow, keeping my headlights off. I drove slow, maybe 10 miles an hour, far enough back not to be seen. The road twisted and narrowed deep into the forest. The deeper I went, the more the air felt charged, like before a thunderstorm. Then the truck stopped ahead. I turned off my ignition and waited, watching through the darkness. I could barely make out shapes moving near the truck, figures, maybe 2 or 3 of them. They were doing something on the side of the road, but it was too dark to see what. And then the light came. Not from the truck. From the forest, behind me. It wasn't headlights or floodlights. It was too broad, too even. It lit up the trees in front of me, casting long shadows across the dirt road. The truck ahead of me glowed silver under it. I couldn't look directly at it. It was that bright. I looked toward the trees, trying to see where it came from, but the forest was just white, like it was filled with light itself. Then everything went dark again. Total silence. When my vision adjusted, the truck was gone. The road was empty. There were no sounds of an engine, no red tail lights in the distance, nothing. Just me sitting there in the dark, heart pounding so hard I could hear it. I drove forward slowly, looking for any sign of tracks, but the dirt looked untouched. Like no vehicle had been there at all. When I finally made it back to the main road, my radio started working again. Static cleared, the channel popped alive. I didn't say a word. I just drove back to the ranger station and sat there until the sun came up. Over the next few months, I kept hearing reports of unmarked trucks. Other rangers mentioned seeing strange lights near the same area, same pattern, bright, silent, sudden. Nobody could prove anything, and after a while, people stopped talking about it. It's hard to explain things like that when you work for the government. They don't like reports that don't fit. I went back out to that area a few more times, always during the day. I'd find old tire tracks sometimes, deep grooves that looked like heavy machinery had passed through, but they'd never lead anywhere. Just stopped in the middle of nowhere. The strangest part was that sometimes when you stood still in those woods, you could feel a faint vibration under your boots. Not enough to call an earthquake, but enough to feel like something big was moving underground. The trees would be perfectly still, no wind, yet the ground would hum, just barely. Once I found an old cut stump near one of those spots. The wood around it was blackened, not burned but almost scorched from the inside, like it had been superheated somehow. I sent samples to the forestry lab, but they never sent results back. When I followed up, the file had been misplaced. Eventually, I stopped trying to make sense of it. You can only drive down those roads so many nights before you start to feel like the forest doesn't want you there. I stayed on duty in that area for 2 more years. Every now and then, I'd see a flash in the distance, a light too bright to be a campfire or car. Sometimes it would appear for only a second, other times long enough to light up the tree line like dawn. I learned not to go looking. The Gifford Pinchot forest looks peaceful in the daylight, but it holds thin. I've worked as a park ranger for a long time, and I've seen strange things in the woods that most people would never believe. But the night I went up near the old abandoned zoo in Los Angeles still sits heavier in my head than anything else I've ever experienced. I wasn't there as a tourist or thrill seeker. I was there as part of my duty. That place, even though technically closed and fenced off, kept attracting people. Teenagers, YouTubers, urban explorers, they all loved sneaking up there at night. They wanted to get scared, get footage, or just say they'd done it. Every time someone broke in, it became my job to go up and make sure nobody got hurt or lost in the canyons. It wasn't dangerous in a supernatural way. It was dangerous in a human way. Steep drop-offs, rusted cages, old buildings barely holding themselves together. But that night, I learned there were other kinds of danger too. It started on a late summer evening. The air was warm but dry, and the city lights below shimmered in a layer of haze. Dispatch told me a group of 7 hikers had been spotted heading up the canyon after dark, ignoring the closed area signs. They were probably just thrill seekers, maybe filming a video or trying to find the old animal enclosures that still dotted the hillsides. I'd done this kind of call dozens of times before. Go up, scare them off, make sure no one breaks an ankle on the way back down. But I remember something about that night feeling different from the moment I stepped out of the truck. The wind had died down completely, and the sounds of the city were faint. Even the usual hum of crickets seemed lighter, like everything was waiting for something. I strapped on my pack and started up the trail. The hike to the zoo ruins takes about 2 hours if you take it slow. It winds along the side of the canyon, sometimes narrowing to just a few feet across with steep drops into brush and rock below. I carried a flashlight, but I didn't need it yet. The moon was high, and the dusty trail caught enough of its light to see the outline of each turn. I could see faint footprints in the dirt, fresh ones. Sneakers, probably a few different sizes. I followed them for about half an hour before I reached a split where the canyon opened up. Down below, a few bats flickered through the air. An owl called once and went silent. Halfway up, I found signs of where the group had stopped. A few empty water bottles, some footprints in a patch of loose dirt, and a cigarette still smoldering on a rock. I kicked it out. They weren't being careful. The hills were dry that time of year, and all it would take was one ember to start something none of us could control. I remember thinking how dumb people could be, risking everything just to feel scared for a few minutes. As I went higher, the path began to narrow, and the brush grew thicker. The moonlight was fading behind a bank of clouds, so I switched on my flashlight. The beam caught flashes of old stone structures, remnants of cages, concrete slabs, metal bars eaten away by time. The zoo had been built in the early 1900s, long before anyone thought much about safety or long-term maintenance. When it shut down, they just left it. People said the animals were moved, but others whispered that some were just abandoned up here to die. I didn't believe all the stories, but I did believe in the danger of forgotten places. After about an hour, I noticed the trail tightening even more. It became a thin ledge that hugged the canyon wall. You had to turn sideways in spots just to fit through. I'd been through that section before, and it always made me uneasy. The air there was still, almost stale, as if the wind refused to pass through. I paused for a second to catch my breath and check my radio. Static. That wasn't uncommon up here, but it still added a layer of unease. I called out for any response anyway, got nothing, and kept moving. Then I saw a light ahead, faint flickers bouncing off the canyon walls, flashlights. The group wasn't far. I could hear low movements too, like boots scuffing against rock. I slowed down, trying not to spook them. The last thing I wanted was for someone to panic and slip off the trail. But just as I got close enough to make out shapes, their lights began to flicker. Not just one, but all of them, blinking weakly like dying candles. I figured maybe their batteries were running out. Happens often when people use cheap flashlights or keep them on full brightness for too long. I was about 20 feet away when I noticed the lead hiker had stopped. He was standing completely still, his body slightly turned, and the others were bunched up behind him, stuck single file on that narrow path. None of them moved or said anything. Just silence. I was about to call out when I saw what they were staring at. There was a man walking toward them. He was coming from the opposite direction, down from the ruins further up. His clothes were light in color, almost blending with the gray of the moonlight, and his hair looked just as pale. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, something old-fashioned like you'd see in an old Western photo. He wasn't walking fast or slow, just steady, with a kind of confidence that didn't fit the setting. The strangest thing was how easily he moved through the tight path. The canyon wall jutted out in places, forcing most people to scrape against the rock, but he slipped through like the air bent around him. I froze for a second, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My brain jumped through explanations. Maybe he was another hiker, maybe some local living off the grid, maybe someone in costume. But the more I watched, the less any of it added up. His clothes were spotless, even though that trail would coat anyone in dust. His posture didn't match the fatigue of a hiker, and as he passed the group, he didn't even glance at them. He just kept walking, face turned slightly down, one hand holding something near his chest. The group finally started moving again, backing away, pushing through the narrow stretch. One by one they slid past the rock face, heading back the way they came. I stepped aside to let them through. When the last person passed, I looked ahead, expecting to see the man in white still walking down the trail. But he was gone. There was nowhere to go. The path was too long and open for him to disappear that quickly. I scanned the canyon below. Nothing. The hikers didn't stay to talk. They rushed past me and kept going down, their flashlights bobbing wildly. I decided not to chase after them. My focus shifted to finding out where that man went. I followed the trail forward, past the point where they had stopped. My flashlight beam caught the dusty ground, no footprints. Just the same wind-swept dirt I'd seen before. The air felt heavier then. I don't know how else to describe it. Like the canyon itself had drawn a breath and wasn't letting it out. I listened, waiting for footsteps, a voice, anything. But all I heard was the low hum of the city far below, muffled by distance. My radio crackled once, faint static again, then died. I don't scare easily. You can't in this job. But something about that moment got under my skin in a way I hadn't felt since I was a rookie. It wasn't the thought of ghosts or anything like that. I don't believe in that stuff. It was the sheer impossibility of what I saw. A person walking through an area that didn't allow for it, vanishing in open terrain, leaving no trace. That kind of thing messes with your sense of logic. I stayed up there longer than I should have, scanning every side trail and looking for signs. The zoo ruins were just ahead, and part of me wondered if he'd gone in there. The old cages looked worse every year. Rusted bars, cracked stone, overgrown brush. Some still smelled faintly of animal musk even after decades. I found an old caretaker's cabin too, half collapsed, with walls blackened by graffiti. Inside, it was empty, except for a few beer cans and a broken chair. Nothing living. By the time I made it back down to the lower trail, I could see faint lights below where the hikers had parked. They were already near their cars. I could hear the faint hum of an engine starting. Then something caught my eye. Small white dots hovering near the vehicles. They moved quickly, circling in uneven patterns. For a split second, I thought they were flashlights again, but they moved too smoothly, too deliberately. Maybe reflections of insects. Maybe something from the city lights refracting through dust. I don't know. But as soon as I started walking toward them, they blinked out. When I reached the parking area, the group was gone. Just tire tracks and the faint smell of exhaust. The night was quiet again, almost peaceful. I stood there for a while, trying to put the pieces together. A man who shouldn't have been there. Lights that behaved like nothing I'd seen before. And a feeling that hung around long after I drove home. That I'd witnessed something that refused to fit into reason. The next day, I filed my report. I kept it plain, factual, like always. Observed unidentified individual near abandoned zoo trail. Group of hikers left area without incident. No injuries. No property damage. That's all I wrote. I didn't mention the way he moved, the way the air felt, or the lights near the cars. Some things you leave out because they don't sound real on paper. A week later, another ranger told me he'd been up there doing a routine check and found something strange near that same narrow path. A set of footprints, bare, faint, pressed deep into the dust. Just one set, starting in the middle of the trail and ending abruptly near the edge. Nothing before or after. He figured it was a prank or some erosion trick, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Over the years, I've gone back to that area plenty of times. It's part of my patrol route, and I don't avoid it. But every single time I pass that section, I feel the same thing. The air goes still. When I first took the job as a park ranger, I thought I'd seen enough strange things in the woods to last me a lifetime. You hear all kinds of stories from hunters, campers, hikers. Lights in the trees, low hums echoing at night, animal calls that don't belong to any known animal. Most of them end up being something simple. A generator running somewhere far off, an echo bouncing between hills, or even just a trick of tired eyes. I used to think that if you spend enough nights in the wild, your mind starts trying to fill the silence with something it can make sense of. But after what happened near Powers, Michigan, I started to wonder if sometimes there are things out there that we'll never be able to explain. The area I was assigned to patrol was massive. Miles of forest broken up by lakes, swampy lowlands, and a few scattered private hunting camps. It was remote. The kind of place where, if you turned off your truck, you could stand outside and hear absolutely nothing. No road noise, no power lines, not even a faint hum from faraway civilization. Just the sound of your own breathing. I liked that kind of quiet, though most people found it unnerving. There was something about the stillness that made me feel grounded, like the rest of the world didn't exist for a while. One spring, I got called to check on a property that had been unoccupied for years. An old hand-built hunting camp deep in the woods past Powers. The county still listed it as private land, but it bordered park boundaries, and there had been some reports of trespassers and strange lights around that area. It wasn't the first time I'd gone out to that part of the forest. The trail was rough and narrow, barely visible in places. The cabin sat in a clearing surrounded by pine and birch trees, with moss creeping up the sides of the logs and a collapsed shed off to one side. The first time I saw it, I thought it looked like something out of another century. No electricity, no plumbing, just a wood stove, a water pump, and an outhouse 50 feet away. Inside, the air was heavy with the smell of old smoke and pine. Dust coated everything, the floors, the furniture, the old deer mounts nailed to the walls. There was an upstairs loft with a row of beds built from rough lumber, still covered with faded blankets and a few forgotten clothes. I always found places like that eerie. Time didn't move inside them. You could almost picture the people who'd stayed there last, as if they might walk back in at any second. I didn't know much about who owned it back then. Later I found out it had belonged to a family who used it mostly for hunting. One of them, a man named Dale, had grown up spending his summers there. When he was a kid, his father had built the cabin by hand. It was a place they went to get away from everything. No phones, no lights, no modern world. A few years back, the man's father passed away, and after that they stopped going. But I'd heard rumors that something strange had happened there one spring years before. No one in town ever talked about it directly. Just mentioned in passing that the family never seemed the same after that trip. I didn't think much of it until I spent a night out there myself. It started as a routine check. I drove out in the late afternoon, parked my truck on the old dirt track, and hiked the rest of the way in. The temperature had dropped by the time I reached the clearing. The air smelled like damp wood and melting snow. I walked the perimeter, checking for signs of anyone having been there recently. Boot prints, cut branches, fire remains, but found nothing. The cabin door creaked when I pushed it open, the kind of dry, hollow sound that echoes in an empty place. I decided to stay the night. Partly because it was getting dark, and partly because I wanted to make sure no one came back after sundown. I set my pack near the stove, laid out my sleeping bag upstairs, and lit a small lantern. The upstairs loft looked almost the same as it must have decades earlier. 5 beds scattered along the walls, old boards creaking under every step. I could see faint scratch marks where someone had once carved initials into the railing. I thought about all the nights this place must have seen. Long winters, quiet hunting trips, maybe a few storms battering the roof while people huddled inside by the fire. After I got settled, I stepped outside to stretch my legs. The forest was black and silent. The moon hadn't come up yet, and the sky was thick with clouds. I walked a short way toward the tree line and turned off my flashlight for a moment just to listen. That kind of quiet only exists miles away from anyone else. No wind, no crickets, not even a single owl. Just darkness pressing against you from every direction. I went back inside, sat for a while reading through the logbook that was left on the shelf. Most entries were decades old. Hunting notes, weather reports, small sketches of deer tracks or trout from the nearby stream. But the last entry caught my attention. It was dated sometime in 2008, written in a shaky hand. Buzzing again last night. Bright colors over the roof. Dad said generator's off. Whole cabin shook. Not sure what it is, that was it. No name, no follow-up, just that. I thought maybe it was an electrical issue, though that didn't make much sense. The cabin didn't have wiring, and the generator was outside. Rusted, cold, and clearly hadn't been used in years. I climbed into the loft around midnight. The old boards groaned when I shifted my weight, and the silence felt heavier than before. I lay there for a while staring up through the small skylight. The glass was fogged and dirty, but I could still see faint stars flickering through. At some point I must have drifted off. I woke to a sound that didn't belong in the woods. A deep, low vibration that rattled the floorboards. It wasn't thunder. The sky was clear now, and the air had that sharp electric stillness right before a storm. The sound grew louder, almost like a massive engine somewhere above the cabin. My first thought was a low-flying plane, but it went on too long, constant and steady. I got up and stared through the skylight. What I saw didn't make sense. The sky was glowing, a shifting curtain of light in red, green, and blue. It wasn't like the northern lights I'd seen before. This was closer, denser, almost pulsing. The colors shimmered and rippled like they were being pushed downward. For a second it looked as if the whole roof was being lit from above by something hovering right over it. I could feel the vibration through my feet. The wooden walls trembled, dust falling from the beams. Then, as quickly as it had come, it vanished. The sound cut off mid-pulse. The glow disappeared. Silence rushed back in. I stood there for a long time, not moving. My watch said it was just after 2 in the morning. I checked outside, but the clearing was empty. No lights, no planes, nothing but the quiet hiss of the wind through the pines. I stayed awake the rest of the night, half expecting it to start again, but it didn't. The next morning, I walked the area around the cabin. The air was damp and cold. I checked the ground, the trees, even the metal roof for scorch marks or damage, but there was nothing. The only strange thing I noticed was that the moss on one side of the cabin looked burned or dried out, like it had been exposed to heat. The soil there was slightly disturbed, not dug up, just shifted, as if the ground had been pressed down by something heavy and circular. When I got back to the ranger station later that day, I reported what I'd seen. They chalked it up to natural phenomena, maybe an aurora, maybe sound carrying oddly through the valley. That made sense on paper, but it didn't explain the vibration or why the colors had looked so concentrated right above that cabin. Over the following weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about that place was off. I went back a few more times for patrols. Each time it felt the same, still, empty, untouched. But one afternoon I found something new. Behind the cabin, near the tree line, there was a small clearing I hadn't noticed before. The ground there was scorched in a perfect ring, maybe 10 feet across. Not burned like from a campfire. The grass was gone, and the soil underneath looked fused together. I touched it, and it felt smooth and hard, like stone. It hadn't been there the last time I checked. I took photos and samples, sent them in with my report, but no one ever got back to me with results. A few months later, the land was officially sold off to private owners again. They fenced off the road and posted no trespassing signs. After that, the cabin fell off my patrol route. But every now and then, I still think about that night. About the sound, the light, the way it made the whole forest feel alive for a few seconds, like something massive and unseen was just above us. Years later, I ran into a man in town, older, gray-haired, quiet. When I told him I was a ranger, he mentioned that he used to own a hunting camp near Powers. I didn't tell him I'd stayed there. He said he hadn't been back since 2008, after something strange scared his family so badly they left in the middle of the night. He didn't go into details, but I didn't have to ask. I already knew what he was talking about. To this day, that area remains off limits. The forest has grown thicker, swallowing the trail. The cabin is probably collapsing by now, the roof caved in, the loft beds rotting away. But sometimes, on clear nights when the air is still, locals say you can see a faint glow flickering through the trees out that way. A soft, buzzing shimmer that lasts only a few seconds before disappearing completely. I've never gone back to check. I've worked as a park ranger for over a decade now, and I've seen more strange, unsettling things in the woods than I care to count. Some of them have explanations if you look hard enough, but others just sit in your mind and rot there, slowly making you question how much you really understand about being alone in the wild. I've seen people vanish into the trees without a sound. I've seen campers who swear they locked their tents wake up to find them wide open. I've found claw marks on metal and prints too human to belong to animals. But what I'm about to tell you happened the most recently. It's not the most violent or dramatic story, but it's the one that stayed with me the most because of how quiet and real it was. It happened last summer, in the Adirondack Mountains of New York, near the town of Warrensburg. That area has deep woods, long valleys, and a lot of campgrounds scattered across forest roads. The forest there is old, so old that even the sound of your own breath feels too loud sometimes. When you walk through it, you can feel that thick, humid air pressing around you. The smell of pine and damp earth always lingering. The trails twist endlessly, and sometimes you can hear running water even when you're far from any creek. It's the kind of place that's both beautiful and uneasy at the same time. That week, I was assigned to monitor a section of the campground that had recently been reopened after some bear activity earlier that spring. Most of the bears had moved on by then, but we still kept an eye on it. The campers were told to keep food locked up, and we did nightly patrols just to make sure everyone followed the rules. Around that time, a small group came to stay, a family of 4 and their daughter's boyfriend. They had one of those newer campers, still shiny and clean, parked near the tree line. It was midsummer, and the weather was perfect, warm, dry, and quiet except for crickets and the hum of mosquitoes. That night, I did my last patrol around 11:30 p.m. I remember the air being still, heavy, and the woods unusually quiet. Usually you could hear frogs croaking from the marsh or wind through the trees, but that night the silence seemed thick enough to choke on. I made a mental note of it but didn't think much. Campgrounds at night have an odd rhythm. There's always that one late campfire, the faint smell of smoke, the dim glow of flashlights. Everything looks calm, but under that calm there's always something unpredictable. Sometime around midnight I parked near the ranger station and started to log the night's report. My radio was quiet, the sky was clouded, and the only sound came from distant cicadas. About 20 minutes later, I noticed movement from the motion detector camera we had set up near the camper area. It was one of those devices that ping your monitor when something larger than a raccoon passes by. I glanced at the small screen and saw the timestamp flick to life. The camera picked up a faint blur of motion, something walking on 2 feet, just behind the row of campers. At first, I thought it was just a late camper or maybe one of the family members heading to the restroom. But when I zoomed in, I realized how slow and deliberate the steps were. The figure didn't move like someone casually walking. It was careful, pausing between steps. It stopped behind the new camper, the one that family had brought. I couldn't make out any details, just a shape, thin, upright, and motionless for several seconds. Then the feed went blank. I grabbed my flashlight and decided to take a walk down there. When I got closer, I didn't see anyone outside. Everything was dark except for the faint glow from one camper window. The gravel under my boots made that familiar crunching sound, and I tried to match the noise I'd heard on the camera. The pattern of the footsteps sounded identical. 2 clear, even steps, then silence, then 2 more. That's not how animals move. That's human pacing. I stopped behind a pine tree about 15 yards from the camper. I could see that same window glowing faintly with phone light. It was tilted open, and I realized that whoever was inside had no idea how visible that glow was from outside. I didn't want to shine my light and scare anyone, so I just stayed still. That's when I heard it, the crunch of gravel. Slow, close, not from me. Someone else was walking somewhere behind the camper. Each step was clear, crunch, pause, crunch, and it came closer. I froze and held my breath. The sound reached the side of the camper and stopped dead. Total silence followed, and in that silence, you could hear every tiny insect buzzing. I waited, watching for movement, but nothing came into view. After what felt like a full minute, the steps started again, but in the opposite direction. It sounded like whoever it was turned and walked away into the dark. I flicked on my light and swept the area. No one. The gravel was slightly disturbed, but that could have been from any number of things. I didn't want to wake the whole campground, so I kept my distance. I walked a full loop around the tents nearby and saw nothing unusual. No shadows, no people, no fresh tracks besides the usual mix of boots and kids' shoes. Still, something about that walk didn't feel right. The pattern was too purposeful, like whoever was moving knew exactly where to step and when to stop. It wasn't random wandering, it was observation. The next morning, when I made my usual rounds, the family's campsite was quiet. The 2 small tents they had set up were unzipped halfway, flaps hanging loose. That wasn't how most campers left them overnight, especially with mosquitoes out. I checked inside, just standard sleeping bags. Nothing out of place except one that looked like it had been slightly dragged. Probably just someone shifting in their sleep, I told myself. But when I looked closer, there were small pebbles caught in the fabric, gravel, the kind that covered the entire lot around the camper. Later that morning, the father came over to ask about bears or maybe raccoons getting into tents. He said they'd heard something walking around during the night, and one of the tents had been unzipped. He didn't seem alarmed, just curious. I told him we'd had no bear sightings in that section lately and that raccoons didn't usually unzip tents. He nodded and said he must have imagined it. I could tell by his face he didn't believe that, though. I went back to check the motion sensor camera and found the file corrupted. The recording from that time frame, roughly between midnight and 12:30, was gone. Every other clip from that night played fine except that one. The feed showed activity, then froze, then skipped ahead. That never happens unless someone tampers with the device or there's interference. I checked the camera in person. The strap was tight, the battery fine, the ground around it undisturbed. Still, the footage was missing. That night, I decided to stay closer to the campground than usual. I parked near the entrance and killed the engine, just letting the truck sit silent under the trees. The night was cooler, with a thin fog settling in patches across the ground. Around 1 a.m. I heard footsteps again, same rhythm, same weight. This time they came from deeper in the woods behind the campsites, too far for me to see but close enough to hear. The steps would move for 10 seconds, then stop, then move again, like someone pacing a line parallel to the edge of the campground. I turned off my light and just listened. The steps went on for a while, then stopped completely. For a few minutes, everything stayed dead quiet. I sat in my truck waiting for the sound to return, but instead I saw something else, a faint glint reflecting in the fog. It looked like a small metal object catching my headlights even though they were off. I walked over slowly, my boots crunching softly on the gravel. There was a zipper pull lying near the base of a tree. Just a tiny torn-off zipper piece, the kind that comes from a tent flap or a jacket pocket. I picked it up and noticed that it looked new, not weathered or rusted. I checked the tents again in the morning, and sure enough, one of them had a missing zipper pull. The fabric was frayed, as if someone had yanked it too hard. A few days later, the family packed up early. They didn't say why, just told me they were cutting their trip short. They looked tired, like they hadn't slept well in days. The father smiled politely, but there was tension in his face and his wife avoided eye contact. The teenage girl, the one who'd been in the top bunk, didn't say a word. They drove off quietly that morning, leaving behind a clean but strangely empty-looking site. I cleaned the area afterward, picking up small things they'd left. Marshmallow sticks, a few bottle caps, some wrappers. When I stepped near the back corner of the lot, right by where their camper had been parked, I noticed something odd in the dirt. There were two faint impressions, side by side. They weren't boots and they weren't animal tracks. They were bare footprints, long, narrow, with deep pressure near the toes like someone had leaned forward while standing still. The ground there was soft enough to capture detail, and those prints were fresh. I followed them for about 20 feet before they disappeared into the grass. They didn't lead anywhere clear. No sign of where the person went after that. Just two prints and a fading path of disturbed leaves. When I checked the motion detector logs again later that week, I saw it had triggered 2 more times in the same area, each around midnight, each showing movement behind that now empty campsite. Every clip after that came out blank, as if whatever passed by didn't reflect infrared at all. I filed the report as unidentified human activity, which is how we classify anything that doesn't fit under wildlife or weather. Officially, there was no incident. Unofficially, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been. I worked as a seasonal park ranger in Lassen Volcanic National Park last year. It wasn't my first assignment, but there was something about Lassen that always gave me a strange feeling. I'd worked in plenty of parks before, Yosemite, Crater Lake, even Sequoia, and I'd gotten used to the silence, the long hours alone, and the uneasy quiet that always came with being deep in the wilderness. But Lassen had a different kind of quiet. It wasn't peaceful. It was heavy. It felt like the ground itself was holding its breath. It was late summer when I got assigned to patrol a section of trail that led out toward the thermal vents. The day started off clear, the kind of morning where the air feels thin and dry, and the smell of sulfur from the vents drifts faintly through the trees. I remember stepping out of the truck at the trailhead, tightening my pack straps, and feeling that immediate tension crawl up my neck. There wasn't a single other vehicle parked there. The forest around the lot was still, no wind, no movement. Even the usual bird calls seemed muted. It was the kind of stillness that made every sound, like the crunch of gravel under your boots, feel like it didn't belong. I started the hike like usual, checking the signs along the way for vandalism, making notes about the trail conditions. The path wound through dense pine forest, the kind of place where sunlight struggles to break through. Every now and then the ground steamed faintly from hot fissures. I've been around geothermal spots before, but Lassen's vents are different. They hiss and bubble like the earth is whispering just under the crust. There's always that faint smell of rotten eggs mixed with damp soil. The further I went, the stronger that uneasy feeling got. I couldn't pin it on anything specific, It wasn't fear, not exactly. It was more like I was being watched. I kept glancing behind me, expecting to see someone or something. But every time, there was only the same empty trail curving back into the trees. The silence got under my skin. When you're used to the woods, you know what normal sounds like. The wind, birds, the creak of trees. This wasn't that. This was too quiet, like the whole forest had paused. When I reached the thermal vents, the air shimmered from the heat. The ground near the edge was damp, soft, and littered with dead branches that had fallen from the pines above. Steam rose in white columns, and every now and then I could hear the deep rumble of boiling water somewhere beneath. I stayed there for maybe 15 minutes, writing down some notes about erosion around the vent edges, checking for fresh footprints from tourists who might have ignored warning signs. But even standing there with the vents roaring quietly, that sense of being watched wouldn't fade. I finally decided to turn back. The hike wasn't long, about 5 miles out and back, but the return felt heavier. As I started heading back, I noticed my footsteps echoing oddly. The air had gone colder, and I remember thinking how strange that was for a summer afternoon. I was maybe a mile into the return trip when I heard it, a deep, low growl. It was soft at first, almost like a distant vibration. I stopped dead in my tracks. The sound came again, a bit louder from somewhere behind me. My body went rigid. Every instinct I had screamed not to move. I turned slowly, scanning the trees. The undergrowth was thick. Tall ferns, dark pine trunks, spaced just enough to make shadows move when you stared too long. Nothing stood out, no sound except my own heartbeat. I waited, barely breathing. After a few seconds, the forest went silent again. No growl, no movement. I told myself it was probably the vents echoing, but deep down, I didn't believe it. I started walking again, slower this time, my hand hovering near the canister of bear spray on my belt. I've had my share of bear encounters before. Usually they keep their distance. But when you're alone on a silent trail, even the thought of one nearby can twist your gut. Maybe 10 minutes later I heard it again, but this time it wasn't a growl. It was the sharp snap of a twig breaking, followed by the sound of something heavy shifting through brush. I stopped again. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. The noise came from off to the right, somewhere downslope through the trees. Then came another sound, leaves rustling, the dull thud of a paw hitting soft soil. That's when I saw it, a black bear. Big but not massive, maybe 200 pounds, walking parallel to the trail, about 40 yards away. The bear didn't seem interested in me. It was heading in the same direction, its head low, shoulders swaying. It didn't make any noise except for the occasional crack of branches underfoot. I didn't move. I just watched. My breath came in shallow bursts. You're supposed to make noise around bears so they know you're human and not prey, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. The bear's path kept roughly even with mine for a few seconds, then slowly veered away. It disappeared behind a patch of dense ferns, and I lost sight of it. That should have been the end of it. But the feeling that followed was worse than the sight of the bear itself. I started walking again, slow and careful, keeping my head on a swivel. I could still hear faint rustling every few seconds, like something pacing just out of sight. My nerves were stretched thin. Every step I took made me think about how far I was from my truck. I still had at least 2 miles to go. When I reached the meadow, the trail opened up into a flat stretch of yellow grass bordered by pines. The bear hadn't made a sound for a while, and I thought maybe it had wandered off. But the second my boots hit the open ground, that instinct kicked back in. My body told me to run. I didn't think about it, I just did. My pack bounced against my back, every step jarring through my legs, lungs burning as I tore down the path. I didn't look behind me. I didn't care if it made noise. I just ran. By the time I reached the trailhead, I could barely breathe. I threw my gear in the truck, slammed the door, and started the engine. My hands were shaking so bad I could hardly turn the key. When I finally pulled out, I didn't stop until I reached the main visitor area miles away. Later that evening, I tried to calm down. I told myself it was just a bear encounter, nothing unusual. Rangers see them all the time. But the fear that had settled in me didn't fade. It wasn't just fear of the bear, it was something else. Something about that silence in the woods. That sense of being watched before I even saw the animal. I didn't go back to that trail for the rest of the season. I switched to routes closer to campgrounds, the busier spots where you could always hear human noise in the distance. But that wasn't the only time I felt that kind of unease. A few weeks later, during my off day, a friend of mine invited me to check out a place called Secret Sidewalk. It wasn't part of the park. It was down in Niles Canyon, miles away. Locals talk about it like it's an urban explorer's hangout, an old concrete aqueduct hidden behind trees and brush. I'd heard about it before, but never gone. It's technically off limits, but we weren't doing anything destructive. We just wanted to see it. The day we went was warm and still. The air in the canyon was heavy, filled with that dry smell of dust and weeds. We parked off the side of a service road and followed a dirt path up to the aqueduct. The structure was huge, a long concrete channel raised above the ground, cracked and covered in graffiti. We walked along it, balancing on the wide edges, our footsteps echoing faintly. The whole area was overgrown. You could see where the city had started demolishing parts of it years ago, chunks of rebar sticking out, piles of broken cement scattered below. When we reached the far end, the structure just stopped abruptly, like someone had taken a massive bite out of it. Beyond that was a steep drop into thick brush. We stayed there a while, taking pictures, listening to the faint buzz of cicadas. It felt calm at first, but that same sense of tension crept in again, that same heavy quiet I'd felt at Lassen. I remember thinking how strange it was to feel that here too, in a completely different place. As we started walking back, I noticed the sound first, rustling leaves, deep and uneven, coming from somewhere ahead and to the right. I froze. The sound wasn't soft like a small animal. It was heavy, like something large was pushing through brush. Branches snapped. Dry twigs cracked. My pulse jumped instantly. I looked toward the noise but couldn't see anything, just dense trees and shadows. The sound came again, louder, closer this time. Whatever it wasn't cautious. It moved with weight, the kind of deliberate weight that made the hair on the back of my neck rise. My mind raced. There shouldn't have been anything big living out here. No deer, no bears. Maybe a coyote, but they don't move like that. We stood there for what felt like forever. The noise kept moving parallel to us, hidden in the trees, breaking sticks and crunching through dry leaves. Then it just stopped, dead silent, the kind of silence that feels wrong. I didn't move. I didn't even want to breathe too loudly. After a long stretch of nothing, I decided to keep walking, slow and steady. Every few steps I'd glance to the side, waiting for movement. The brush didn't stir. The noise didn't return. But the longer we walked, the stronger that sense of being followed became. It wasn't just fear. It was that primal awareness that something else was nearby. When we finally got back near the spot where we'd climbed up to the aqueduct, I felt that weight lift. We didn't linger. We just got back to the road, climbed in the car, and left. Even driving away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something step out of the trees behind us. That night, I couldn't shake the connection between both. I became a park ranger in British Columbia because I loved quiet places where the world slowed down. I liked being around forests and lakes more than people. The first few years I worked in the Okanagan region, I learned every trail, every noise, every smell that came off the riverbanks. But there was one area I always felt uneasy around, the dam outside Okanagan Falls. The locals had stories about it. It was built decades ago to control the flow of the river. But everyone in town knew about the two brothers who drowned there after being pulled into the turbines. The current there was unpredictable, and the water always seemed darker near that spot, even when the rest of the river shimmered in daylight. I was assigned to the Okanagan Falls campground one summer, which was mostly routine: fire safety patrols, cleaning up campsites, checking on hikers, and keeping tourists away from dangerous areas. The dam was only a short walk from the main campground. There were big warning signs, metal fencing, and painted skull and crossbones symbols. People still ignored them sometimes. My job was to make sure they didn't. The first week there went by quietly. Families filled the campsites, kids running around with flashlights, boats drifting across the lake. the smell of barbecues hanging in the warm air. The second week started to feel different. I began to notice something about the area near the river below the dam. It wasn't anything big at first, just little things that didn't sit right. I'd find damp footprints on the concrete barrier in the morning when no one should have been there. Sometimes the chain gate would be unhooked, even though I always checked it at night. It was late June, around the time schools were out, and a group of girls came to camp there for a birthday celebration. They were about 13 or 14, maybe younger. They stayed near the far side of the campground close to the tree line. That afternoon, I saw them walking down toward the lake, laughing and carrying towels. I reminded them to stay clear of the dam area, and they nodded. The day passed normally after that. The sky was clear, the lake calm. I made my rounds near sunset, logging times and temperature readings, picking up stray cans. I remember seeing ripples move across the water in strange directions that evening, but I didn't think much of it. The next morning, one of the campers came up to me and mentioned something odd. He said the girls from the birthday group had run back from the lake the previous evening looking pale and frightened. He thought they might have seen something. I figured maybe they had spooked themselves or thought they saw an animal. That happened all the time. Kids in the woods see a shadow or hear a splash and convince themselves it was something unnatural. I walked down the same river path they would have taken. It was early and mist hung low over the water. The air smelled heavy with damp earth and algae. The current was slow but steady, and the hum of the turbines under the dam echoed faintly through the valley. I saw marks along the muddy bank, small footprints heading toward the water and then away from it. The ground there was soft, so every print held its shape like it had been pressed recently. When I got closer to the dam, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. There was a single bare footprint near the concrete edge. It wasn't a normal print. It was lighter, almost like the surface hadn't been pressed down but brushed clean, as if the mud had been disturbed by something wet but weightless. I crouched beside it for a long minute, staring, trying to make sense of it. I told myself maybe someone had rinsed their foot in the river. Maybe the pattern of mud drying had made it look off. I forced myself to move on, but that image stuck in my head for the rest of the day. Later that week, I had the late shift. I liked that time because the park went quiet. Most campers were in their tents, fires burned low, and the air cooled. Around 11, I went down the path toward the dam again to make sure no one was out after hours. I carried a small flashlight and my logbook. The sound of running water filled everything. When I got near the warning signs, I stopped. I could hear something distinct above the rush of the current. It was faint at first, like soft splashing, slow, rhythmic, like someone walking through shallow water. I turned off my flashlight for a second and let my eyes adjust. The moon was bright that night, and the reflection off the river made it easy to see movement. About 20 meters downstream, I saw what looked like a shape standing in the middle of the river. It was pale and still. My first thought was that someone had fallen in or was wading out there. I switched the flashlight back on and pointed it that way. The light hit nothing but the water, though the ripples were spreading out as if something had been there seconds ago. I waited, scanning the surface. The noise had stopped completely. I called for backup just in case we had a missing camper. We did a sweep of the area. Nothing. No footprints this time. No signs of anyone entering or leaving the river. I told myself maybe I had seen the reflection of mist or a trick of the moonlight. I wanted to believe that. But the next morning, when I walked the path again, I found something else that made it hard to explain away. On a large flat rock near the river, someone, or something, had laid out a small pile of stones. They were arranged in a careful pattern, like a ring with a line through it. It wasn't random. I took a picture of it for my report. A few hours later, I went back to show another ranger, and the stones were gone. Completely gone, not scattered, just gone. That same day, I checked through old park logs and reports. There had been several small incidents around that dam over the years. Nothing like the old drowning case, but strange ones. Campers reporting flashes of light over the water. Someone claiming to hear a child laughing. A night fisherman saying he saw a white shape moving across the current. Every single one of those entries had been written off as imagination, exhaustion, or alcohol. I started paying closer attention at night. I walked the path more often, sometimes without my flashlight, just to watch the river in silence. I'd stand there for minutes listening. The longer I stayed, the more uneasy I felt. It wasn't fear exactly, but a deep sense that I was being watched. The forest behind me would go quiet, no insects, no wind, just that steady rush of water. Then came the night that changed how I saw that place forever. It was the last week of July. The sky was clear and starless, and the air felt too warm for that late at night. I had been making rounds when my radio crackled with static, then went dead. I tried to adjust the antenna, thinking maybe the signal was blocked by the valley. I was near the river again, about 100 meters from the dam. I could see the faint line of the water glinting in the dark. I stopped walking when I noticed movement. A shape, white, round, and small, gliding slowly along the surface. It looked like a boy, maybe 12, walking on top of the river with each step leaving ripples that spread perfectly outward. He moved without struggle, calm, steady, like he was walking on solid ground. I froze. My first instinct was to shout, but no sound came out. My chest felt tight and my legs felt heavy. The figure moved for several seconds, maybe more. The water reflected its glow clearly, brighter than the moonlight. It wasn't transparent or ghostly, just unnaturally pale. The current should have carried him away, but it didn't. Then, as he reached the shallow bend, the brightness dimmed, like a light bulb losing power, until it faded completely. The surface went still. The sound of the river filled the air again. I stayed there for a long time, trying to convince myself I hadn't just seen what I saw. I searched both banks for signs of anyone. Nothing. I even checked the turbine area to make sure no light was being reflected off the metal surfaces. But deep down, I knew it wasn't a trick of light. It was too clear, too distinct. I didn't tell anyone about it right away, partly because I knew what they'd say, and partly because I wasn't sure how to describe it. I spent the next few days walking the same path, checking the same stretch of river. Everything looked normal. Campers came and went. Kids swam, boats passed. The smell of sunscreen and smoke filled the air. But every time I looked at that water, it felt like something was underneath, watching quietly. 2 weeks later, the season began to slow down. Most campsites emptied out, and only a few long-term visitors remained. I started closing up certain trails for maintenance before the next storm season. On one of my last shifts, I went back to the dam at dawn to take final readings. The sun was just rising and a thin mist was lifting from the river. I noticed something near the same spot where I had seen the figure. A faint outline of small footprints trailed along the wet surface of the rocks, leading from the riverbank up toward the grass. I followed them until they disappeared completely. That was the last time I worked that section of the park. I asked for reassignment the next season and was moved further north. I didn't tell the supervisors the full reason, just said the area gave me bad feelings. I kept the photos of the stones and the reports, but I stopped reading them after a while. Now, years later, I still think about that boy-shaped figure walking across the water. I don't call it a ghost, and I don't claim it was supernatural. I've seen enough strange things in the wilderness to know that not everything fits our explanations. Maybe it was light reflecting off mist, maybe it was exhaustion, or maybe it was something about that dam, the way it draws things in and never fully lets them go. I've been to a lot of rivers and lakes since. I've worked as a park ranger for over 12 years now, and in that time, I've seen more than my fair share of strange and unsettling things. Things that don't need ghosts or monsters to be terrifying. The wilderness has its own way of swallowing people whole, both physically and mentally. What happened during my third summer stationed at Pine Hollow National Park changed the way I look at isolation, and it still haunts me whenever I drive through the forest at night. Pine Hollow sits deep in the northern mountains, about 50 miles from the nearest town. It's a vast stretch of pine, fir, and aspen trees, tangled streams, old logging roads, and jagged ridgelines that seem to cut the sky in half. The park itself is beautiful, but it's also unforgiving. Every year, people underestimate it. They come up unprepared for how quickly weather changes, how fast temperatures drop, and how easy it is to get lost. When I started there, I was assigned to the northern section of the park, the least visited part. Most of the trails were overgrown, and some had been closed off years ago due to landslides and flooding. My job was mostly maintenance and patrolling. The northern sector had an old fire lookout tower about 12 miles from the main station, perched on a ridge that overlooked a wide valley filled with dead trees. Lightning had struck that valley a decade earlier, burning it down to black stumps. It was a place that felt stuck between death and rebirth. During the first 2 summers, I barely had any trouble. A few missing hikers, a couple of bear encounters, and some illegal campers who left their trash behind. Normal ranger stuff. But the 3rd summer was different. That year, the park had been hit with one of the driest springs on record, and by mid-July, everything was brittle and brown. The grass crackled under your boots. Every gust of wind carried dust. Even the rivers had shrunk into shallow, slow-moving streams. We were put on high fire alert. I spent most of my days checking for illegal campfires or smoke plumes. My radio stayed on day and night. The other rangers joked that the whole park was just one careless spark away from turning into an inferno. But nobody laughed after the week of the missing hiker. It started with a call from a family who reported their son missing near the Old Creek Trail. He was a solo backpacker, 24 years old, and had planned a 3-day hike through the northern valley and up toward Ridge Point. He never came back. His car was found parked at the trailhead, and his permit confirmed his route. I was one of the first assigned to the search. We started early that morning, me, another ranger named Hughes, and 2 volunteers from Search and Rescue. The trail was quiet, almost too quiet. Even the usual chirping of birds seemed distant. The only sound was the crunch of our boots and the occasional snap of dry branches underfoot. By the afternoon, we reached the valley. The sun hung over us like a white disk, and the air shimmered with heat. That whole place reeked of dryness. You could smell the pitch leaking from the dead pines. We fanned out, calling his name, scanning every tree and ravine. But there was no trace. What bothered me wasn't just the lack of tracks. It was how empty the area felt. Normally, a missing person leaves something. Broken brush, dropped items, footprints. Here, there was nothing. Not even the usual signs of wildlife. No birds, no movement. It felt like the forest itself had stopped breathing. We searched for 3 days straight. By the 4th, most of the teams were pulled back. I volunteered to stay behind one extra night to check the ridge near the fire lookout tower, where the map showed an old, unmaintained trail. I figured maybe the hiker had gone off course, looking for a shortcut. I hiked up that ridge late in the afternoon. The sun dipped low and the air grew cooler, but the forest still felt wrong, like it was waiting for something. The trail wound steeply through thick brush, then opened up near the tower. The structure was old but still sturdy, with a narrow staircase that groaned under my weight. I climbed to the top and set down my pack. From up there, the valley spread out in all directions, endless forest stretching to the horizon. As the sun sank, I scanned the area with my binoculars. Nothing but the long shadows of trees. I remember thinking how easy it would be for someone to disappear out there, swallowed by distance. I stayed up there until the light was almost gone. I cooked a small meal on my portable stove and watched the last bit of orange fade from the sky. Then I turned in. The lookout cabin was small, with just enough space for a cot, a table, and a radio. I lay there for hours, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. The silence was heavy. Every sound stood out. The ticking of metal cooling, the rustle of wind against the shutters. Sometime after midnight, I woke up suddenly. It wasn't a noise that woke me. It was the feeling that something was outside. You know that sense when your body realizes before your mind does that you're not alone. I sat up slowly, listening. The wind had stopped. I couldn't hear anything at all. No bugs, no owls, not even the whisper of trees moving. I turned on my flashlight and pointed it out the window. The beam caught the tops of the trees below, but nothing else. The forest looked still, frozen in place. I stood there for a long time, just listening, before I finally sat back down. I told myself it was nothing, probably my nerves. The next morning I packed up and started back down the ridge. A few hundred yards from the tower, I found something strange. A torn piece of fabric caught on a branch. It was faded blue, like from a backpack or jacket. When I checked it closer, I realized it matched the description of what the missing hiker had been wearing. That got my heart racing. I marked the spot with flagging tape and started searching the area in wider circles. After about 20 minutes, I found more signs. A scuffed boot mark, then a set of disturbed leaves leading down a slope. I followed them until I reached a narrow ravine. At the bottom, half covered in brush, was a campsite. It was small, a single-person tent, half collapsed. There were empty food wrappers, a stove, and a torn sleeping bag. Everything looked scattered, like it had been abandoned in a hurry. The tent flap was open and the inside was covered in dirt, as if someone had crawled out of it while the ground was wet. But what stood out most was the clawed-up dirt near the entrance, like hands had been digging into the ground. There was no blood, no sign of an animal attack. Just chaos. I radioed it in and sent coordinates. The signal was weak, but they got my message. They told me to wait there until the rest of the team arrived in the morning. I decided to stay nearby in case I found anything else. That night, I camped near the ravine, a few hundred feet uphill. I made a small fire and kept my flashlight within reach. The sun went down behind the ridge, and soon the darkness took over again. The silence returned too, deep, thick, unnatural. It was the kind of silence that makes your skin crawl because you realize the world around you is listening to you instead of the other way around. I stayed awake as long as I could. Around 2 a.m., I heard something faint from below, a soft crunching, like footsteps moving slowly through leaves. I froze. It wasn't an animal. I know the difference. It sounded too deliberate. Slow, careful steps, pausing now and then. They came from the direction of the tent. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it downhill. Nothing. The beam cut through the darkness, landing on trees and rocks, but no movement. The sound stopped the second the light touched that area. I didn't sleep again that night. By dawn, the team finally arrived. I led them down to the campsite. They photographed everything and started combing the area for more evidence. That's when we found the body. It was about 100 yards from the tent, at the base of a fallen log. He was lying face down, half buried in pine needles. His hands were torn up, fingers bruised and raw. His clothes were ripped, and his face looked wrong. The skin was pale and dry, lips cracked open like he had died of thirst. But the strangest part was his position. He looked like he had been crawling toward something when he died. His eyes were open, wide, fixed on nothing. The medical examiner later said dehydration and exhaustion were likely causes. But that didn't explain the condition of his hands or why he'd been clawing into the dirt like that. They also found something else. Several small cuts and bruises on his back and shoulders, as if he'd been pushed or dragged. But there were no tracks nearby, no animal prints, nothing that explained it. The report went down as accidental death due to exposure. Officially, that was the end of it. But for me, it didn't end there. A few weeks later, I went back up to that ridge to close down the area for the season. I wanted to check on the old tower before the snow came in. When I got there, everything was quiet again. The forest looked lifeless, just like before. I climbed the tower, stood at the railing, and looked out over the valley. That's when I saw it. Far below, near the edge of the ravine, the trees looked disturbed, like something had moved through them recently. There was a faint trail pressed into the dry grass, winding up from the valley and disappearing into the trees. It hadn't been there before. I hiked down to check it out. The air was still and dry. My boots sank into the loose dirt. The further I went, the more uneasy I felt. The ground showed signs of disturbance, small patches where the soil looked freshly turned. I followed the trail until it stopped near the same ravine where the hiker's tent had been. The campsite was gone now. Everything had been cleared. But there were fresh claw marks in the dirt. I started working as a park ranger in the summer of 2016. I was 27 at the time and had just finished my training when I got stationed at a remote park in northern Montana. It wasn't one of those well-known national parks where tourists crowded the trails. This one was quiet, spread out over rugged mountains, pine forests, and cold rivers that cut deep into the valleys. The park boundaries stretched for miles, and there were long sections where you could hike for hours without seeing a single soul. Most of my time was spent patrolling trails, checking campsites, or making sure people followed fire regulations. During my first month, I was assigned to a small ranger cabin near the western edge of the park, close to a fire lookout tower that hadn't been manned in years. The cabin sat near an old service road that twisted up into the high ridges. It was a lonely place, especially at night when the forest went completely silent. There was no cell reception, just a weak radio signal that worked half the time. The park department gave us an old truck to use, but it was in rough shape, and I often preferred walking since it made it easier to listen to the forest. That summer, the weather was strange. We had long stretches of dry heat, but then sudden cold snaps that rolled in from the mountains. The ground would be dusty one day and covered in frost the next morning. A few times, the streams even froze briefly before thawing out again. The locals in the nearest town said it had been like that for a few years. Something about shifting winds and colder air coming down from Canada. By mid-June, most of my days were quiet. I'd wake early, check in over the radio, go on my patrols, and come back to the cabin before dark. I'd sit outside with a flashlight, writing down notes about the weather, animal sightings, or signs of trespassing. Sometimes hunters came into restricted zones, and I'd have to track down their camps. Other times, hikers went off trail and got lost for a few hours before finding their way back. It was steady, uneventful work, until I found the clearing. It was late afternoon when I came across it. I had been following an old firebreak trail about 5 miles north of my cabin, deep into a part of the forest where few people ever went. The path had become overgrown, with fallen trees and tall grass covering it. I was about to turn back when I noticed a faint track leading downhill through the trees. It looked like something had moved through recently, branches bent, ground disturbed, a few boot prints pressed into the dirt. I followed it, thinking it might lead to an illegal camp. After about 10 minutes of hiking downhill, the trees opened up into a small clearing. The ground there was oddly flat, like someone had leveled it long ago. In the center was a half-collapsed wooden structure, maybe 10 feet across, made of old planks and rusted nails. It looked too small to be a cabin, but too big to be a trap. There was also a metal barrel nearby, tipped on its side, blackened inside from old fire use. Around it were scraps of what looked like cloth and rope, tangled up with pine needles and mud. I stood there for a long moment, just listening. The place had a strange stillness to it. No wind, no bird calls, just the faint ticking of my cooling radio on my belt. When I walked closer, I noticed claw marks on some of the wood, deep grooves that ran parallel, like something strong had tried tearing it apart. The marks weren't fresh, but they were big, too big for any normal animal I'd seen around there. I crouched to inspect them and saw something else carved into the wood near the base, a set of numbers, faded but still legible. It looked like coordinates. When I got back to the cabin, I marked the coordinates on a map. They pointed to a spot that wasn't on any of the official park surveys. There were no trails, no notes, nothing about any structure in that area. I made a report about it the next morning, but I never heard anything back. The park office was small, and it wasn't unusual for messages to get lost in the system. Still, the place bothered me. I went back 2 days later to check it again, but something had changed. The ground around the clearing looked disturbed, as if someone or something had been there. The barrel had been moved, now standing upright with its open top facing the sky. The ropes and cloth were gone. The wooden structure looked the same, but the claw marks seemed newer, almost like someone had traced over them. The smell in the air was different too, sharp and metallic like rust or dried blood. I walked around slowly, noting everything, and then heard something faint in the distance, like a low hum or vibration, deep enough that I could feel it in my chest. It came from somewhere beyond the clearing, deeper in the trees. I stood perfectly still for several minutes until it faded. That night I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept thinking about those marks, the sound, and that strange smell. I started noticing small things around the cabin too. My food supplies were slightly moved one morning, and I found muddy boot prints on the porch that didn't match my own. They were smaller, lighter, like from someone who walked carefully. I started locking the cabin door at night, even though we were told it wasn't necessary. The next week, the weather turned again. The sky stayed gray for days and the wind picked up. I had to patrol a few low-lying trails after a rock slide report came in, so I stayed busy during daylight. But at night, things felt off. The forest around my cabin was noisier, snapping twigs, shifting branches, something moving just beyond the tree line. The first night I brushed it off as deer. The second night, I wasn't so sure. The movements were slow, deliberate, like whoever, or whatever, it was knew I was there. On the third night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of metal scraping against wood. I froze in bed, listening. It came again, a long, dragging sound from outside, near the porch. I reached for my flashlight and pointed it at the window, but the glass only reflected my own face. I waited. After maybe 10 minutes, it stopped. The next morning, I found more prints, this time clearer. They came right up to the cabin steps, circled once, and then disappeared into the woods. I reported all of it to the supervisor over the radio. He told me to keep logging everything and that they'd send someone up if it continued. No one ever came. The following weekend, I decided to follow the tracks myself. I left early before sunrise, heading back toward that same clearing. The forest was quiet again, which made me uneasy. I reached the clearing around noon, and once again, something had changed. The old wooden structure was gone. Every plank had been removed, leaving only the flattened dirt. The barrel was gone too. All that remained were deep ruts in the ground, like something heavy had been dragged away. I stood there for a long time, scanning the area. That humming sound came again, faint but recognizable. I followed it uphill, moving slowly, marking my route with ribbons so I wouldn't get lost. The sound grew louder, more rhythmic. Eventually I came to another open area, this one smaller, but there were signs of digging, fresh dirt piled up, tools scattered nearby. A shovel, a small axe, and a torn tarp lay in the mud. Whoever had been there had left in a hurry. In the center was a narrow hole, maybe 4 feet deep, half filled with water. I leaned closer and saw something inside. At first, I thought it was a log. But when I looked again, I realized it wasn't. It was fabric, dark green, like an old ranger jacket. I reached down with a stick and pulled it closer. It came up heavy, waterlogged, with patches of mud clinging to it. Underneath it was something pale. I dropped the stick and stepped back. The water rippled, revealing what looked like part of an arm, human. I stumbled back, my stomach twisting. I didn't touch anything else. I marked the spot on my GPS and ran back to the cabin to call it in. The radio barely connected, but after several tries, I got through. They told me to stay put and that a team would come up by morning. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept the lights on, the door locked, rifle ready by the bed. Every sound outside made me jump. Around 3 a.m., I heard that humming again, this time closer. It moved around the cabin, slow, steady, as if circling. Then it stopped. I didn't move a muscle until dawn. The team arrived around 9 a.m. They went straight to the site and confirmed what I saw. The hole contained partial remains, a uniform, and some tools. They asked me a lot of questions, took my notes, and taped off the area. It turned out there had been a ranger reported missing from this district back in 2003. He'd gone out on a routine fire patrol and never came back. They'd searched for weeks but found nothing. Over the next few days, more evidence came up. Old camping gear buried near the site, bits of rope, a canteen, even a rusted badge. They concluded that he'd likely fallen victim to an accident or possibly foul play. No one was ever charged, though they suspected someone who had worked in the park at the time. When they finally cleared the scene, I was reassigned to another part of the park. Before I left, I walked one last time to that cabin. The forest was quiet again, peaceful even. But near the tree line, I found something half buried in the dirt. A small metal tag, the kind we wore on our belts for ID. It was scratched and bent, but I could still read the name. It belonged to the missing ranger. I turned it over in my hand, realizing it must have been carried there, maybe dragged or dropped years ago. The strange humming I'd heard suddenly made sense. It wasn't some mysterious sound. The area had been part of an old survey grid with underground cables and ventilation shafts from a decommissioned mining site nearby. When the wind passed through them, it created I started working as a park ranger in the summer of 2014. I was assigned to a remote section of a large national park in the Pacific Northwest, far from any towns or busy roads. My duty station was an old ranger cabin that sat at the edge of a wide valley surrounded by heavy pine forest and rough terrain. The park had thousands of acres of wilderness, and this particular area didn't get many visitors. It was mostly used for backcountry camping and research permits. I took the job because I liked solitude and quiet work, and I figured spending most of my time in the forest would be peaceful. But that summer taught me how wrong that assumption could be. The cabin itself was basic but sturdy, a single-room log structure with a small loft and an attached tool shed. There was no running water, no electricity, just a propane stove, a lantern, and a hand pump near the creek. The nearest other ranger post was about 30 miles away, reachable by a rough dirt road that was often half blocked by fallen trees or washed-out spots. Most of my job was patrols, checking on trail conditions, monitoring wildlife, and making sure campers followed fire regulations. It was quiet work, often involving long days hiking alone. During my first week, I noticed how completely silent the place could be once the wind died down. The kind of silence that made your own breathing sound loud. Even the usual forest noises, birds, squirrels, insects, seemed muted. It wasn't like other forests I'd worked in. There was a kind of stillness here that felt heavier, almost like the land itself was holding its breath. By the second week, I'd gotten used to my routine. Wake up early, check the radio for messages, pack supplies, then head out for a full day of trail patrol. The forest was dense and old, with towering Douglas firs and moss-covered logs that made the place feel ancient. The smell of pine sap and damp soil clung to everything. There were streams that wound through the valleys, and sometimes I'd stop and watch the water run clear and cold over smooth rocks. It should have been relaxing. One afternoon, while hiking a lesser-used trail that climbed up toward an old fire lookout site, I came across something strange. It was a campsite, but it looked abandoned in a hurry. There was a torn tent, a burned-out fire ring, and scattered gear. A half-full can of beans sat next to a pot blackened by smoke. But there were no footprints, no tracks leading away from it. The ground was damp and soft. It should have shown signs if someone had left recently. Everything just sat there like it had been frozen in time. I logged the location, took photos for the report, and packed up the trash. It was standard procedure, but something about that campsite bothered me. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. There was no record of anyone camping in that section for weeks. I even checked with the main office to see if any backcountry permits had been issued nearby, but there weren't any. The gear looked like it had been there maybe a month, maybe more, though it hadn't started to rot or mold yet. About a week later, I was patrolling along the ridge above the same area when I noticed movement down in the trees. At first I thought it was a deer or maybe a bear. But then I realized whatever it was had moved upright. Fast, purposeful, and silent. Too big for a person to be moving like that without noise. I stood there watching for a while, waiting to see if I could catch another glimpse. But the trees swallowed the shape completely. That night back at the cabin, I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing what sounded like faint movement outside, small twigs snapping, the sound of something brushing against the outer wall. I'd step outside with my flashlight, but every time the forest was still. Just the dark silhouettes of the pines and the hum of insects. The next morning I found small disturbances in the dirt near the cabin. Not footprints exactly, but impressions. It looked like something had been pacing around. I told myself it was probably an animal. The next few weeks went by quietly. I stayed busy checking fire pits, maintaining signs, and logging animal sightings. Then, late one evening, I was finishing paperwork when I caught the faint smell of smoke on the air. That was always bad news. Wildfires could start fast out here, and with the wind they could spread before anyone noticed. I grabbed my flashlight and pack and headed out. The smell was coming from the north side of the valley, near the same ridge where I'd seen that movement before. I followed the trail through the trees, watching the beam of my light cut through the darkness. After about a mile, I found the source of the smoke, but it wasn't a fire. It was a small, smoldering patch of ground, like someone had recently put out a campfire. The soil was still warm, and there were the remains of burned sticks and half-buried cans. Again, no tracks, no prints, no sign of who had been there. Just the smell of smoke and the soft crackle of cooling embers. I spent the next few days sweeping that area, trying to figure out if someone was squatting illegally or just camping without a permit. But every time I followed signs of a campsite, I'd find nothing fresh. Only traces. Never anyone actually there. Then, one morning around dawn, I woke up to find the cabin door slightly open. I was certain I'd locked it the night before. Nothing inside was missing, but some of my equipment, my field notebook, a pair of gloves, and my old flashlight, had been moved. I could tell because I kept things in neat order. It was as if someone had come in, looked around, and left everything just barely disturbed. That same day, I decided to set up a perimeter check before sunset. I walked the area around the cabin, marking distances in my notes. That's when I noticed something I hadn't seen before, a faint trail leading down behind the hill. It wasn't an official trail, more like an old logging path, partly overgrown with brush. It curved down toward a gully where the creek ran. I decided to follow it. The farther I went, the quieter it got. Even the usual sound of water was muted. Then I saw it. An old structure half hidden by ferns and moss. It looked like an old hunting cabin, or maybe a trapper's shack. The roof was sagging, the wood gray and splintered. The door was gone, just a dark opening staring back at me. I stepped inside carefully. The air was stale, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. There was a rusted stove in one corner, a broken chair, and a few old tools scattered on a shelf. But what caught my attention were the papers, crumpled, yellowed sheets pinned to the wall with nails. They were covered in writing. Some were lists of supplies, others were rough maps of the area, marked with circles and notes. One of the circles was right where my ranger cabin stood. I stood there for a long time, just staring at that wall. I couldn't understand why anyone would have marked my location, or who had done it. The papers looked old, but not ancient. Maybe from the 1990s or early 2000s. Someone had clearly been mapping this area before me, and for some reason, they'd marked that cabin. When I got back that night, I locked every window and door, though I doubted it would matter. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still out there watching. The next morning, I decided to report it to the main ranger station. It took almost half the day to reach them over the old radio relay. They told me to document everything and that they'd send someone up in a few days. Those next few nights were the worst I've ever had. Every evening, as soon as it got dark, I'd hear faint sounds outside. Slow footsteps, sometimes something brushing against the cabin wall. Once, just before midnight, I heard something heavy thud against the back door. When I checked in the morning, there were deep marks in the wood, like someone had hit it with a tool or a rock. The other ranger finally arrived after 4 days. His name was Carter, and he was one of the senior officers. He took one look at the scratched door and nodded without saying much. We hiked down to the old shack together, but when we got there, the papers were gone. The walls were bare. The place looked different, like someone had cleaned it up just enough to hide the evidence. Carter wasn't happy about it. He told me to pack up and stay at the southern outpost until they figured it out. I left that cabin the next morning. On my last walk around the property, I noticed something near the base of the trees, a small pile of rocks stacked deliberately, with a strip of my missing glove placed on top. It wasn't there the day before. I didn't touch it. They closed that section of the park later that season. Officially, it was due to maintenance and ecological recovery. Unofficially, I heard from another ranger that they'd found more of those old shelters deep in the woods, some with markings and traces of recent use. To this day, I don't know who or what was living out there. Maybe some long-term squatter, maybe someone hiding for reasons I didn't want to understand. But sometimes, when I think back to those nights in the cabin, I can still remember that heavy silence, the feeling that something intelligent and patient was just beyond the tree line, waiting, After I transferred to another park, I learned to sleep through forest noises again. Owls, coyotes, wind through the pines. But whenever the forest goes completely quiet, that deep, unnatural silence that settles over everything, that's when I feel my stomach tighten. Because I've learned that in the wild, silence isn't peace. It's a warning. And out there in that valley, I think something understood that better than I did. I've been a park ranger for over 11 years now, and most of that time has been spent in the northern part of Idaho, patrolling rugged mountain terrain that doesn't see much human activity, except for a few hikers and hunters who pass through in the warmer months. The park covers hundreds of square miles, full of deep forests, glacial lakes, and long-forgotten trails that twist through the kind of wilderness that reminds you how small you are. Most people think being a ranger is calm work, just hiking around, checking campsites, making sure people don't start fires or feed bears. But there's another side to it, the side we don't talk about much. The part where you go looking for someone who's been missing for days, or you find something in the woods that doesn't quite make sense, but you don't have the luxury of turning back. It was late September, right after the last major wave of campers left for the season. I was stationed at a small outpost near Bitterroot Ridge, a remote section that borders a wide valley filled with marshland and narrow creeks that split and rejoin like veins. Most of my shifts during that time were solo. I'd go out at sunrise, check the weather stations, inspect a few fire towers, and make notes about trail conditions for the winter shutdown. That week, a hunter had filed a report about finding a strange abandoned campsite deep in the forest, miles off the marked trail. He said he'd seen torn-up tents and scattered gear, but no people. Normally, that kind of thing isn't too unusual. Some folks panic after seeing a bear or cougar tracks and just leave their stuff behind. But something about the report bothered me. The coordinates he gave were way off any mapped route, in a section rarely patrolled because of its rough terrain and poor radio coverage. I decided to check it out the next morning. The hike started before dawn. The air was cold and damp, my breath hanging like smoke in the beam of my flashlight. The forest in that part of Idaho feels different, heavier, almost as if the trees themselves lean in closer. The ground stays soft and spongy year-round, and the deeper you go, the quieter it gets. After about 3 hours of hiking, I reached the area the hunter had marked. At first I didn't see anything unusual, just more pine, fallen logs, and thick undergrowth. But then, tucked between two large boulders, I found a small clearing. There were indeed remnants of a campsite. A torn tent, a half-burned sleeping bag, some cooking gear scattered around. It looked like whoever had been there left in a hurry. What stood out most was the ground. The dirt around the camp was torn up in several spots like someone had been digging shallow holes. Not the kind you'd make for a fire pit either. They were longer, narrow, and uneven, maybe 2 or 3 feet deep each. I counted 6 of them before I realized they weren't evenly spaced. It didn't look like any animal had done it. The tent itself had a jagged tear along the side, like it had been ripped open with something sharp but not clean, as if by hand or with a dull blade. Inside, the sleeping bag was soaked through with something dark and stiff. I knew better than to touch anything. I took photos, wrote down notes, and tried to radio in, but as expected, I couldn't get any signal. I kept circling the area, looking for signs of a struggle, footprints, or anything else that could tell me who'd been there. About 50 feet away, I noticed a faint trail leading downhill. It looked freshly disturbed, so I followed it. The slope was steep, covered in loose dirt and roots, and it led down toward a shallow creek that twisted through the valley. Down near the water, I found something that made my stomach tighten. A backpack, half submerged in the mud. When I pulled it out, it was heavier than I expected. Inside were clothes, a broken flashlight, and a rolled-up piece of paper that looked like a rough hand-drawn map. The map showed a section of forest with an X marked about a mile southeast of where I was. I knew I shouldn't have gone further alone, but curiosity won out. It was mid-afternoon, and I figured I could reach the location and still make it back to camp before sunset. So I kept going. The deeper I went, the more I realized how isolated I was. No birds, no insects, No sound at all except for the crunch of my boots and the wind shifting through the trees. By the time I reached the spot marked on the map, the light had already started to fade. It wasn't a clearing or a landmark like I expected, just a shallow depression in the ground surrounded by thick brush. But something about the soil caught my eye. It had been disturbed recently, turned over in a way that didn't look natural. I crouched down, brushed some leaves aside, and saw the edge of a blue tarp buried under a few inches of dirt. My heart started pounding. I used a stick to pull at the corner of the tarp until it came loose. Underneath I found bones. Not animal bones, human. They weren't old either. The skin and tissue were still clinging in places, darkened and leathery. I stepped back, trying to steady myself. I'd found remains before, but never like this. There were at least 3 different bodies under that tarp, maybe more. I wanted to radio it in, but I still had no signal. I marked the location with my GPS and decided to head back immediately. I had to get out before nightfall. But as I started retracing my steps, I noticed more disturbed patches of dirt around me. Small, rectangular shapes hidden under layers of moss and leaves. The realization hit me slowly. There were more graves scattered all through this part of the forest. Dozens of them. I turned around, scanning the trees. Everything looked the same, but I suddenly felt exposed, like I was being watched. The air was colder now, and I could hear the faint rustle of branches somewhere in the distance. I picked up my pace, trying to stay calm. My flashlight beam bounced across the trees, catching glimpses of movement that could have been animals, or my imagination. The trail back up the ridge seemed longer than before. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Every few minutes I'd stop, listen, and hear faint crunching behind me, stopping when I stopped. The sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate, somewhere off to my left. I didn't run, not yet. I knew better than to panic in terrain like that, especially near dusk. But when I finally reached the creek again, I saw fresh boot prints in the mud that weren't mine. They were large and recent, less than an hour old. That's when I started moving faster. I didn't look back, but I could hear something behind me, the sound of someone or something keeping pace through the underbrush. I climbed back up toward the campsite, my lungs burning, my legs shaking. When I reached the clearing again, it was almost dark. I flicked on my flashlight and saw that the torn tent had been moved. It wasn't where I'd found it that morning. That broke whatever calm I had left. I didn't stop to inspect it. I just started moving toward the main trail, hoping to reach the service road before full dark. The forest around me felt alive in a way I couldn't explain. Every sound, every shadow felt like a threat. By the time I reached the ridge, night had fully settled in. My radio finally picked up a weak signal, enough to send my coordinates and a short message to the outpost. I told them I'd found multiple human remains and needed backup. Then the battery died. I made it back to the truck near midnight. My hands were shaking so hard I dropped the keys twice before getting the engine started. I drove straight to the ranger station, filed a report, and within a few hours a full team was dispatched to the site. The investigation that followed went on for months. They recovered 12 bodies in total, all buried within a 2-mile radius of that first site. The victims were mostly hikers and campers who'd gone missing over the past decade. People we'd all assumed had gotten lost or fallen into ravines. The killer had been using that part of the park for years, burying them in shallow graves and covering the sites with tarps and brush. They eventually caught him, a former ranger who'd gone off the grid years before I joined. He'd worked in the same district, knew all the back trails, all the places no one ever checked. He'd disappeared after being fired for misconduct and had apparently been living out there, hunting people the same way others hunted deer. When they found him, he was living in a small shack deep in the woods, miles from the nearest road. He had journals, maps, and lists of every victim he'd buried. I saw the photos during the investigation, and I wish I hadn't. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about how close I'd been to his hiding place, how easily he could have watched me that day without me ever knowing. Every creak outside my cabin at night made me jump. They closed off that section of the park indefinitely, marked it as unsafe for public access. But the truth is, even with him gone, I don't think I'll ever feel safe out there again, because now I know what the woods can hide. Not something supernatural, not a ghost story, but something worse. A human being who used the silence and isolation of the forest to do things no one should ever see. And every time I patrol a new section of trail and find an unmarked path leading deeper into the trees, I can't help but think about how many more graves might still be out there, waiting under the dirt just a few feet below my boots. I've worked as a park ranger for over 15 years, and during that time, I've seen just about everything the wilderness can throw at a person. But there's one stretch of forest that still sits heavy in my memory, a section of backcountry so quiet, so strange, that even now I hesitate to drive past it. I was stationed in a remote national park in the northwest, the kind of place where the mountains look endless and the tree line swallows the horizon. The park wasn't particularly well known, which made it peaceful most of the time, but it also meant we didn't have many rangers on rotation. There were only 3 of us covering a massive area, and sometimes I'd go entire shifts without seeing another person. That kind of solitude can be soothing if you're used to it, but it can also get under your skin. The silence out there isn't the normal kind you hear in the woods. It's deeper, like the land itself is holding its breath. It was early September, just when the days started to shorten and the air carried that dry, crisp bite that comes before the first frost. My assignment that week was routine: check backcountry trails, make sure the seasonal campsites were being closed up properly, and take inventory of the old fire lookout up on Ridge Point. The lookout had been out of regular use for years, but the structure still stood as an emergency shelter for hikers. We were supposed to make sure it stayed intact. The drive up the mountain road took nearly an hour, and it wasn't exactly smooth. The path twisted through miles of dense forest, climbing slowly until it opened into sparse alpine growth. The road was narrow, with no guardrails, just loose gravel and a long drop on one side. I'd driven that stretch plenty of times, but the remoteness of it never stopped feeling eerie. It was the kind of place where you could vanish without a trace, and it might be months before anyone noticed. When I reached the service gate at the start of the trail, I parked the truck, logged my coordinates, and began the hike up to Ridge Point. The trail climbed steadily for about 4 miles through dense pine and fir, crossing 2 creeks and a rockslide area. The weather was clear, but the air was unusually still. Even the sound of the wind through the trees felt muffled, like something heavy was hanging in the atmosphere. Halfway up, I started noticing signs that someone had been through recently. Broken twigs, boot tracks pressed into the mud near the creek, and the faint imprint of a tent in a clearing about a mile from the ridge. It wasn't illegal for people to camp off trail, but we had clear restrictions about where fires could be lit. There were also bear activity warnings in that area. The boot prints looked small, maybe from one person. The tread pattern wasn't familiar, not a type I'd seen much from typical hiking gear. I made a note in my logbook and kept moving, figuring I'd check the lookout and then loop back down to see if I could find where the camper went. The last mile was steep and rocky. The higher I climbed, the more I felt that strange stillness pressing against my ears. When I reached the ridge, I could see across the entire valley, miles of forest stretching out below, shimmering lakes tucked between green folds of land. The view was beautiful, but something about it felt wrong that day. It wasn't anything obvious. It was just that the colors seemed slightly off, the air unusually dry, and there was no sign of birds or movement anywhere. The lookout stood on a slab of rock near the edge of the ridge. It was an old wooden tower, weathered but still sturdy, with a single narrow staircase leading up to the platform. The door at the top was supposed to stay locked except during maintenance, but when I reached it, I found it hanging slightly open. At first, I thought maybe one of the other rangers had come up before me and forgotten to close it. But when I stepped inside, it was clear someone had been there recently. Someone who wasn't supposed to be. The interior smelled faintly of smoke and something sour, like old sweat. The sleeping cot was unrolled, a can of beans sat half open on the small counter, and a pile of torn pages from a map lay scattered across the floor. I checked the logbook that we kept in every lookout. The last ranger entry was from nearly 6 months before, but there were newer notes scribbled in pencil underneath, shaky handwriting that didn't match any of ours. The lines weren't complete sentences, more like fragments. Noise below ridge. Don't go near the rocks. Something watching at night. It's easy to dismiss things like that as rambling from some camper who got spooked. But the more I looked around, the more uneasy I felt. Whoever had stayed there hadn't packed up properly. They'd left behind a sleeping bag, a few energy bars, and a set of binoculars sitting on the window ledge pointed toward the valley below. When I looked through them, I saw nothing but the empty forest. But there was something odd about the lens. It was scratched, like it had been dropped or hit against something hard. I decided to secure the lookout and make a full report later. But before leaving, I did a quick perimeter check around the ridge. About 50 yards downhill from the tower, the ground sloped sharply into a cluster of large boulders that looked like they'd broken off the ridge centuries ago. Between them was a narrow path leading into a small gully. I'd never noticed it before. It wasn't marked on any of the trail maps. Out of curiosity, I followed it. The path was steep and rough, barely wide enough to walk without brushing against the rocks. At the bottom, I found a small clearing no more than 20 feet across. It was ringed by tall stone walls on 3 sides, and on the 4th was a narrow opening that led deeper into shadow. The ground there looked disturbed. Patches of dirt turned up, small branches snapped, and what looked like a section of burnt grass in the middle. Someone had made a fire there not long ago. The ash was still dark, not yet washed away by rain. I found pieces of fabric, maybe from a backpack or jacket, tangled in the roots near the edge of the clearing. And about 10 feet away, half buried in the dirt, was a hiking boot. The sight of it froze me for a moment. It wasn't the same kind of boot we used. This one looked like the same tread pattern I'd seen earlier near the creek. Inside, there was still a sock. The fabric was stiff, and the ankle was darkened with something that looked like dried mud but could have been blood. I knelt and took a closer look. The boot had been there for at least a few days, maybe a week. But there were no animal tracks, no signs of scavenging. Usually, if someone got hurt out there, animals found them quickly. The quietness around that clearing was wrong. No insects, no birds. Just the distant hum of the wind against rock. I logged the coordinates and took a few photos for documentation, planning to come back with a full search team. I didn't want to stay down there longer than necessary. The shadows felt heavier than they should, and the narrow path made it hard to shake the feeling that someone, or something, was nearby. The hike back up to the ridge took longer than it should have. I was sweating despite the cool air, my pulse pounding harder than normal. When I reached the lookout again, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The sleeping bag that had been spread on the cot earlier was now rolled up and sitting against the wall. I hadn't touched it. That was when the realization hit me. I wasn't alone. Someone else was up there, hiding somewhere in that stretch of forest, maybe even watching me. I forced myself to stay calm, locked the door from the inside, and took one last sweep through the cabin. Nothing else looked disturbed, but I couldn't shake the sense of movement outside. The soft crunch of gravel underfoot that came and went with the wind. When I finally headed back down toward the truck, I moved fast. Every step of that descent felt longer than it should. The forest was so quiet that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Once, I thought I caught sight of a figure far off between the trees, tall, thin, moving parallel to me. But when I blinked, it was gone. By the time I reached the truck, the sun was already low. I locked the doors, started the engine, and didn't look back until I reached the ranger station. That night, I filed a full report and requested a coordinated search of the area. 2 days later, the search team went up to Ridge Point. They found the same campsite traces, the same boot but nothing else. No sign of the missing camper. No tracks leading away, no personal ID. The lookout was checked again, and the interior was just as I'd left it, except for one new detail. The binoculars were gone. Over the next week, we covered nearly every section of that ridge. We brought in dogs, drones, even infrared cameras. Nothing. It was as if whoever had been there vanished completely. The official report labeled it as an unresolved backcountry disappearance. For a while, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe the camper got lost, fell, or managed to hike out another way. but none of the surrounding routes showed any trace of movement. And no one ever claimed the missing boot or gear. About a month later, I was assigned to another part of the park, but before leaving, I decided to make one last trip up to Ridge Point on my own, just to see if the area had changed. It was late in the season by then, cold, windy, and almost deserted. When I reached the ridge, the first snow had started to fall, coating everything in a thin white layer. The lookout stood silent against the gray sky. I climbed up, opened the door, and found it exactly as before, except for a single item placed neatly on the cot, the same binoculars that had gone missing. I started working as a park ranger in the late summer of 2016, stationed in a large, remote park in the northern part of Montana. It was the kind of place where the air smelled like pine and damp soil, where the wind carried sounds from miles away. The park stretched for miles, dense forest, rocky ridges, and rivers that twisted through narrow valleys. Most visitors never saw more than a fraction of it. I'd been drawn to this job because I wanted solitude and peace, but the longer I worked there, the more I realized solitude can sometimes turn on you. My duties were pretty standard. I patrolled trails, checked campsites, and made sure people followed the rules. I helped lost hikers and cleaned up after careless campers. Most days were uneventful, but sometimes something small would happen that stuck in my head, like finding a tent abandoned in the middle of the woods with all the gear still inside, or a single boot left in the mud with no tracks around it. You see things like that often enough, and you stop asking questions. One section of the park always made me uneasy, though. It was known as Grayback Ridge. It wasn't officially closed to visitors, but few ever made it that far. The ridge had no marked trails, and the terrain was rough. Deep gullies, steep drops, and old-growth pines so thick they blocked out most of the daylight. I'd been told stories from older rangers about accidents out there. People went missing or got hurt, mostly due to inexperience or weather. But something about how those stories were told made it sound like there was more to it. One afternoon in late September, I was sent out to check the ridge area after a report came in about smoke being seen near one of the backcountry zones. There was a chance someone had started an illegal fire. I left early in the morning, carrying the usual gear, map, GPS, radio, food, water, first aid kit. The weather was cold but dry, with a low fog that clung to the valleys. It felt heavier than usual, as if the air itself didn't want to move. The trail toward Grayback Ridge faded fast. After about 2 miles, it wasn't really a trail anymore, just animal paths and dry stream beds. I kept checking my GPS, but the dense tree cover made the signal flicker in and out. Every sound was muted except for the occasional snap of twigs or a distant woodpecker. My boots sank into the soft earth with every step, and I could feel the forest closing in tighter around me the further I went. Around noon, I caught the faint smell of smoke. It was subtle, like someone had put out a fire hours earlier. I followed the scent until I came across a small clearing beside a rocky slope. There was an old fire ring made of stones, with charred wood and a few half-burned branches still inside. Someone had camped there recently, maybe within the past day, but what bothered me was how tidy it looked. There were no signs of struggle, no trash, no footprints except for a few scuffs near the fire pit. Whoever had been there cleaned up perfectly, almost too perfectly. I radioed in to let the station know I found evidence of a campfire, but no active flames. There was a pause before the signal broke up in static. The reception was always weak that far out, so I didn't think much of it. I decided to keep exploring the area before heading back. About an hour later, I stumbled upon something strange. Deep in the brush, maybe 50 feet from the clearing, I found a piece of fabric snagged on a branch. It looked like part of a sleeping bag, torn and faded red. The edges were frayed, but what caught my attention was the dark brown stain along the tear. It looked like dried blood. I checked the ground for tracks or any other signs of someone nearby. But the forest floor was covered in pine needles, and nothing stood out. It's hard to describe the feeling that settled over me right then. The woods had gone completely silent. No birds, no wind, nothing. I've spent years in forests and learned to notice small changes, and when nature goes silent, it usually means something is wrong. My heartbeat picked up, and I decided to document everything. Took photos, noted coordinates, then planned to return to base before dark. As I made my way downhill, I noticed more small things. A broken branch that looked recently snapped, an empty energy bar wrapper half buried in the dirt, and a set of faint impressions leading toward a narrow ravine. They weren't clear footprints, but they had the shape of something human. Against my better judgment, I followed them. The ravine opened into a rocky basin surrounded by trees. It was cold down there, damp and shaded. At first, I thought it was just another dead end, but then I saw what looked like a tarp, partially covered by dirt and leaves. I crouched down and pulled it back. Underneath was a collapsed tent, old and waterlogged, the poles bent and broken. Inside were a few scattered items, a torn backpack, a rusted camp stove, and a faded photo ID from someone named Michael Avery. That name hit me. Months earlier, a hiker named Michael Avery had gone missing in this same region. He was last seen heading toward Grayback Ridge, but no trace of him had ever been found. The official search had ended after a week. I stared at the ID for a while, thinking about how many people had probably passed within a mile of this spot without ever knowing he was right here. I looked around the basin more carefully. The ground sloped upward on one side, where a thick cluster of roots and fallen logs made a natural wall. Behind them I noticed something darker, like an opening. I pushed the branches aside and realized it was a small cave, barely large enough to crawl into. The air coming from it was colder, carrying a foul, earthy smell. I didn't want to go in, but protocol said I had to investigate if there was a chance of finding human remains. I turned on my flashlight and crawled inside. The floor was damp, covered with a mix of soil and animal bones, mostly deer, from what I could tell. But deeper inside, the bones looked different. Smaller, cleaner, and arranged in a way that didn't feel natural. There was a rib cage pressed against the wall, stripped down to bone. My chest tightened as I realized I was looking at human remains. I backed out of the cave fast, nearly hitting my head on the rock ceiling. My breathing was uneven, my hands shaking. I radioed again, trying to reach the base, but all I got was static. I climbed out of the basin and started marking my trail back with bright orange tape so I could find it again. My only thought was to get to higher ground where the radio might work. It took me over an hour to reach a ridge high enough for a signal. When I finally got through, my report came out in short bursts, the connection cutting in and out. They told me to stay put and wait for a recovery team to meet me at the nearest trail junction the next morning. That meant I had to camp out there overnight. The rest of that day stretched endlessly. The woods never felt darker or quieter. As dusk settled, the fog rolled back in, thicker than before. I built a small fire and tried to stay awake, but every sound around me put me on edge. I kept thinking about that cave, about how someone must have been out there, camping, maybe hiding, and how the bones ended up like that. Sometime after midnight, I heard movement in the trees. It wasn't an animal. The steps were slow, deliberate, and close. My flashlight beam cut through the fog but showed nothing. I sat still, listening. The footsteps stopped, then started again, circling the edge of my campsite. I gripped my knife, though I knew it wouldn't do much. Minutes turned into hours, and the sounds finally faded. By morning, I was exhausted, but alive. The rescue team found me just before noon. I led them back to the basin, but when we got there, everything was different. The tarp was gone, the tent too. The dirt where I'd dug had been smoothed over, like someone had covered the spot carefully. Even the cave looked smaller, as if parts of it had caved in overnight. We searched for hours, but there was nothing left. No bones, no belongings, no signs of the remains I'd seen. It made me question everything, whether I'd really seen what I thought I had, or if exhaustion had played tricks on me. But the photo ID of Michael Avery was still in my pack, proof that at least some part of it was real. The official report later described it as inconclusive evidence of human remains, due to the lack of physical recovery. The case stayed open but cold. A few months later, I was reassigned to a different district, closer to the main road, far away from Grayback Ridge. I didn't complain. Sometimes I think about that night, the silence in the woods, the smell in the cave, the way the clearing looked so clean, too clean. I think about how someone, maybe a hunter or even another hiker, could have been living out there for years, avoiding everyone, surviving off the land. Maybe Michael stumbled onto them by accident. Maybe that's what happened to the others who went missing. Whatever it was, the forest swallowed it back up like it always does. Out there, things disappear easily. Noise, tracks, people. It's like the woods decide what gets remembered and what doesn't. And the longer I worked in those remote parks, the more I realized the forest isn't empty. It's full of things that stay hidden, not because they're supernatural, but because they know how to survive better than we ever will. I left the Ranger Service 2 years after that. I told myself it was just burnout, but deep down, I know the real reason. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I still see that ridge, that basin, that cave. I still smell the damp, rotten air. I still hear footsteps circling my camp in the fog. And every time I think about going back into the woods, something in me goes cold. Because whatever I found that day didn't just stay on Grayback Ridge. It followed me home, in memories, in the quiet moments at night when the wind outs. I started working as a park ranger in northern Montana about 8 years ago. The area I patrol is huge. Dense forest, steep ravines, endless lakes, and long stretches of dirt roads that barely get used. Most of my days are quiet. I check trails, clear fallen branches, make sure campers are following fire rules, and keep an eye out for wildlife issues. It's a lonely kind of job, but I like the silence. One summer I got assigned to cover a remote part of the park after another ranger transferred out. It was deep backcountry, 20 miles of rough trail and almost no visitors. My base cabin sat near an old service road that hadn't been used in years. There was no cell signal, just a radio, a generator, and the steady hum of the wind through the trees. The first week went fine. I spent most of my time clearing old signposts and logging damage from winter storms. The only odd thing I noticed was a strong smell near one of the creeks, like wet metal and decay. I figured it was a dead animal, but every time I passed that area, the smell was back, sometimes stronger, sometimes faint. It bothered me enough that I marked it down for later inspection. A few nights in, I started hearing noises. Not animals, something heavier. Twigs breaking, slow steps circling the cabin. When I stepped outside with my flashlight, nothing moved. I blamed it on elk or black bears. Still, I began locking up earlier and keeping my rifle close just in case. The next day, I went to check the smell again. This time, I followed it upstream for nearly half a mile until I found a shallow pool tucked between boulders. The water was dark, murky, and filled with small bones. Dozens of them. Some looked like deer, others I couldn't tell. There were also rusted cans, torn fabric, and what looked like the heel of a boot. I called it in, but the signal was weak and the report didn't go through. Over the next few days, things escalated. I'd wake up to find small rocks stacked neatly on the porch. Once my generator was unplugged during the night. I started feeling watched every time I walked the trails. The woods didn't feel empty anymore. One afternoon, I found old tire tracks cutting through a service path that was supposed to be closed for decades. They led toward a dry gulch. When I followed them, I found an abandoned truck sunk halfway into the dirt. The doors were missing, and inside were shredded sleeping bags, old cans of food, and a map marked with circles. The circles matched several spots I patrolled, streams, clearings, and campsites. Someone had been living out here watching. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing faint tapping on the cabin walls. Around 2 a.m., the power died completely. The generator had been tampered with again. I stayed still until dawn, then packed my gear and decided to hike out early. I radioed base as soon as I caught a signal, and they sent a team up. When we went back, the bones were gone. The pool was empty, the stacked rocks scattered, and the truck had been burned to the frame. There were footprints leading into the woods, bare, human, but uneven, like someone limped. We searched for 2 days and never found anyone. Later I learned that years ago, before the park was officially established, a small hunting cabin stood near that creek. The owner disappeared in the 70s. Locals said squatters sometimes used the area, but vanished too. No one ever confirmed who or what was living out there. I still work in the park, but I never go back to that sector alone. Every now and then, Campers report hearing footsteps near their tents at night or finding neat piles of rocks by the river. I know better than to check. Some parts of the forest don't want company, and after that summer, I stopped trying to understand why. I keep my patrols short, stay near roads, and always leave before dark. Whatever was out there, whoever it was, knew those woods better than I ever will. I became a park ranger because I loved the quiet. I liked the feeling of being deep in the woods where time moved slower, where the world felt smaller, and the only sounds were the trees creaking and the wind brushing through the needles of tall pines. I'd been stationed at several different parks before, but 3 years ago I was assigned to a remote region of a large national forest in the Pacific Northwest. It was the kind of place most people never even knew existed. Miles of old logging roads, moss-covered bridges, and forgotten trails that didn't appear on any current maps. The area had been partially shut down to the public after several accidents years before. My job was to patrol, check the backcountry campsites, monitor wildlife, and make sure no one wandered into areas marked unsafe. I had a small ranger station about 30 miles from the main park headquarters. It wasn't much more than a wooden cabin with a radio, a cot, a desk, and a fuel shed. I usually stayed out there for a week at a time before heading back to the main post for supplies. The nearest paved road was over an hour away by truck, and once I turned off onto the dirt forest roads, it was like entering another world. The forest out there felt different from other parks I'd worked in. The trees were enormous, older than anything I'd seen. There were dense sections where sunlight barely touched the ground, and even in the middle of the day, the air stayed cool and damp. Everything smelled like wet bark and soil. The terrain was rough, full of ravines, and cut through by small rivers that had carved their own paths long before humans ever arrived. It was early spring when the first signs of trouble began. I remember it clearly because the snow had just melted, and the forest floor was covered in that soggy layer of decomposing leaves and needles. My usual morning patrol took me about 10 miles along a service road to check on a backcountry campsite that hadn't been used all winter. The area was quiet, as usual, but as I walked down the trail toward the river, I noticed something odd, a fresh set of boot prints in the mud. They weren't mine, and they were recent, maybe just a few hours old. That wasn't uncommon by itself. Sometimes hunters or hikers ignored the restricted area signs, but what bothered me was how deep the prints were. Whoever made them was either carrying something very heavy or had been moving fast. I followed the tracks for about half a mile until they stopped near a large cluster of fallen trees. The prints just ended as if the person had vanished. The ground around them was soft and damp, and I couldn't see any return prints leading away. I looked for a while, checked the area for broken branches or signs of camping, but found nothing. I figured maybe they'd stepped onto a patch of moss or rocks and gone off trail, so I made a note of it in my log and moved on. A week later, I started noticing more strange things. Tools from the maintenance shed were misplaced. The latch on the back door of my station was broken one morning, even though I was sure I'd locked it the night before. At first, I thought it might have been a bear or raccoon. Animals could be surprisingly destructive, but nothing else was disturbed, and the claw marks I'd expect weren't there. Then, one night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of gravel crunching outside. My cabin had a small window facing the service road, and through it, I could see faint movement, a dim shape, maybe a person, walking slowly past my truck. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped quietly to the door, but by the time I opened it, whoever it was had disappeared into the woods. I spent the rest of that night awake, listening. Every small noise, the groan of the trees, the wind brushing against the eaves, the soft rustle of leaves, made me tense. I tried to tell myself it was an animal or maybe a lost hiker, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. Over the next few weeks, I started finding evidence that someone was living out there. At first, it was little things, makeshift fire pits in areas far from any marked campsite, bits of torn fabric caught on branches, empty food cans half buried in the mud. Once I even found a small lean-to made of branches and a tarp. It looked like it had been recently used. The fire pit nearby was still warm when I found it. The thought that someone might be living illegally on parkland wasn't unusual. It happened more often than people realized. Drifters, people avoiding the law, or just those who wanted to disappear for a while. But there was something unsettling about how careful this person seemed to be. Every trace I found felt intentional, like they knew exactly how to avoid being noticed. One afternoon, while hiking through a section of forest near an old logging road, I found something that truly disturbed me. It was an animal carcass, what looked like a deer, but it had been skinned and arranged neatly on the ground. The meat was gone, stripped completely clean, but the bones were left in a perfect outline of the animal's body. There was no sign of scavengers or blood trails leading away. I'd seen hunters butcher game before, but this wasn't the same. This felt methodical, almost surgical. That evening, I reported it to my supervisor over the radio. He told me to keep an eye out, but not to worry too much. Could have been a poacher. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had done it was watching me. A few days later, I found more carcasses. Smaller animals this time, rabbits, a raccoon, even a fox, all arranged the same way, always near places where I'd found signs of someone camping. I started marking each location on my map, trying to make sense of the pattern. That's when I realized they formed a rough circle around my patrol area, as if someone was surrounding it. By late spring, the forest was getting busier again. Campers started returning, families setting up tents near the main sites. I tried not to let my unease show, but every time I went out on patrol, I felt watched. I'd sometimes stop and turn around, certain I'd seen movement among the trees, but there was never anything there. One morning, I hiked out to check a remote river access point about 5 miles from my station. When I arrived, I found a backpack leaning against a tree. It was filthy, weather-beaten, and covered in dried mud. Inside were several items that didn't make sense. A small folding saw, a length of rope, 2 knives, a pair of gloves, and a roll of duct tape. No ID, no clothes, no food, just tools. I packed the bag up and carried it back to the station, planning to report it. But that night something happened that changed everything. Around midnight, I heard footsteps again, slow, deliberate, moving just outside the walls of the cabin. I turned off my lantern and sat perfectly still, listening. The steps moved from the front of the cabin to the back, then paused near the window. I could hear breathing, faint but steady. My heart was pounding so hard I thought whoever it was would hear it. Then, after what felt like an hour, the steps retreated. I didn't sleep at all after that. In the morning, I went outside to look for tracks. There were several sets leading from the tree line to the cabin, circling it, then heading off into the woods. The prints were large, maybe size 12 or 13, and deep. I followed them as far as I could before they disappeared into rocky ground. I radioed my supervisor again, this time insisting that someone was stalking me. He said they'd send another ranger to check in later that week, but by then, things had gotten worse. Every night, I'd hear something moving outside. Sometimes it sounded close, other times far off, but always there. Once I woke to find the door to my shed wide open and several tools missing. I found one of the missing axes later that day, buried blade first into a tree about 50 yards from the cabin, the handle pointing straight toward my door. I knew then that this wasn't some lost camper. This was deliberate. The second ranger never made it out. They said his truck broke down, and by the time repairs were done, heavy rain made the back roads impassable. I was alone for another week. That was when I found the trail camera. I had several motion-activated cameras placed along animal paths and service roads to monitor wildlife. When I checked one that week, I found most of the photos were normal. Deer, coyotes, the occasional bear, but one image made my blood run cold. It showed a figure standing in the trees about 50 feet from the camera. He was tall, thin, wearing dark clothes, and had what looked like a hood pulled tight over his head. His face was completely obscured. The timestamp showed it was taken at 3:27 a.m., the same night I had heard the footsteps outside. After that, I started double-locking the doors, sleeping with my flashlight and rifle nearby. I barely slept at all. A few nights later, I decided I couldn't stay in the cabin anymore. I packed a bag and planned to hike out to the main road in the morning. But just before dawn, I heard something, metal scraping against wood. It was coming from under the cabin. The foundation was raised slightly on cinder blocks, and there was just enough space for someone to crawl underneath. The sound went on for several minutes, slow, dragging, metallic. Then silence. I didn't dare go outside until daylight. When I finally did, I got down on my knees and looked under the cabin. What I saw made me sick. There were small pieces of animal bones, arranged in a neat pile, and a single hunting knife stabbed into one of the support beams. I grabbed my bag and left immediately. It took me nearly 6 hours to reach the nearest ranger outpost on foot. By the time I got there, I was dehydrated, exhausted, and barely coherent. I told them everything, about the tracks, the noises, the camera, the knife. They radioed in a search team to check my cabin and the surrounding area. I've worked as a park ranger for more than 12 years, mostly in remote areas where human presence thins out into the deep silence of untouched forest. The kind of places where you can go days without hearing another voice or seeing a vehicle. I thought I had seen just about everything that could happen out there. Missing hikers, bear maulings, illegal hunting, lost kids, and the occasional overdose near the campsites. But there was one stretch of forest that left a mark on me deeper than any of that. It was a posting I had for 3 months at a place called Dry Ridge, a park area up in the northern part of the state, close to the Canadian border. Dry Ridge was different from most parks. It wasn't a tourist spot, and it didn't have scenic trails or campgrounds people flocked to. It was a rugged stretch of land, dense forest, rocky ridges, and a river that cut through the middle like a dark vein. The park was technically open to the public, but very few visitors came because the terrain was rough and the roads were long, steep, and mostly gravel. It was mostly used for forestry research, some hunting in certain seasons, and occasional backcountry hikers who preferred isolation. I was assigned there in early spring, when the snow had just started to melt and the mud made every path treacherous. My duties were routine, checking the fire towers, inspecting the cabins used by researchers, maintaining the back roads, and logging animal activity. It wasn't glamorous, but I liked it. I liked the quiet and the slow rhythm of life there. But within a few weeks, something about Dry Ridge started to feel off. It began with small things I noticed while patrolling the southern stretch near the old Forest Service road. I found boot prints that didn't make sense, not from hikers or hunters. These were wide, uneven, and seemed to wander in circles through areas nobody should have been walking in. Some were fresh, some a few days old. At first I figured they were from surveyors or some lost hunter, but they showed up in places far from any road or access point. I'd follow them sometimes, but they'd always lead nowhere. Just dead ends in thick brush or down into swampy ground where they disappeared. One day I found something else. Near a small clearing close to a stream, there was a pile of broken branches stacked oddly, almost like a shelter, but too small for a person. Inside it were bits of cloth and a single torn boot. It looked old, but the cloth was dry, like someone had placed it there recently. I logged it in my report and moved on. A week later, while checking the upper trail past the old fire tower, I started smelling something rotten. Dead animal, I thought. Happens all the time. But as I followed the smell downhill, it got stronger, and I found a deer carcass wedged between some rocks. The strange part was how cleanly it had been stripped. No drag marks, no obvious predator signs, just skin peeled back, ribs exposed, and not much blood around. The head was missing. Coyotes or bears usually scatter remains, but this looked deliberate. I photographed it for the record, buried the remains deeper away from the trail, and noted it as possible poaching. But deep down I knew it didn't look like any poacher's work I'd ever seen. In the following days, I started feeling uneasy in certain areas of the forest. The northern slopes especially, dense pine, little sunlight, the air always colder. Sometimes I'd stop my ATV and just listen, realizing how still it was. Not quiet, still. No birds, no wind moving the trees. Just a heavy silence that pressed on your ears. The first time it happened, I thought maybe there was a storm front moving in. But it wasn't. It was something else. Something I couldn't put my finger on. I started noticing more signs of human activity where none should have been. Small fires long dead but surrounded by stones, some with half-burned sticks arranged neatly in patterns. Strange debris, ropes, torn canvas, and once, a half-empty can of beans that looked recently opened. When I checked our visitor logs, no one had been cleared for backcountry travel in that sector for over a month. One afternoon, around dusk, I was driving the service road back toward the ranger station when I saw movement through the trees. It was about 100 yards off, just a glimpse of something pale, moving fast between the pines. I stopped and watched, thinking it might be a moose or elk, but it didn't move like one. It was upright, darting behind the trees in a strange, jerky motion. I sat there for a long time before deciding not to follow it. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that flicker of movement. The next morning I went back out to that spot and searched the area. I found what looked like a crude camp hidden in the brush. There was a small tarp tied between two trees, a pile of trash, and a sleeping bag that had been torn apart. The ground was muddy and covered with prints, bare footprints this time, adult-sized, deep in the soft earth, like someone had been pacing there for hours. I radioed it in and requested backup, but the nearest ranger was over 30 miles away. They told me to mark the coordinates and leave the area, but I couldn't just walk away from it. I spent another hour searching, widening my circle. A few hundred yards away, I found something that still makes my stomach turn when I think about it. There was a hollowed-out log near the creek, and inside it were bones. Small bones, maybe from raccoons or rabbits arranged in neat lines. Above it, hanging from a branch, was a small bundle made of sticks tied together with what looked like fishing line. It spun slowly in the breeze. I felt this deep crawling unease. Whoever was out here wasn't just camping. They were living out here, in secret, for a long time. Over the next week, I started feeling watched. I'd be clearing a trail and notice branches snapping behind me, but when I turned, there was nothing. Once, when I returned to my truck after inspecting an old hunting cabin, I found fresh mud smeared across the driver's side window, like a handprint, but not quite clear enough to tell. I tried to convince myself it was a squatter, maybe someone living off-grid or an illegal hunter. But as days passed, the signs got worse. On the 14th of May, I found my storage shed near the main cabin broken into. They didn't take tools or food, just the first aid kit and my spare uniform shirt. They left behind small things, though. A pile of leaves on the table, a stick pushed upright into the ground beside the door, and a dead bird laid out neatly on the porch railing. That night I locked every window and door, something I hadn't done in years out there. I kept the lights off and watched from inside. Around midnight I heard footsteps on the gravel outside, slow, deliberate, crunching in the dark. I held my flashlight but didn't move. After a minute the sound stopped. I waited another hour before I dared look out the window. There was nothing there, but in the morning I found a single footprint in the mud below my window. Bear again. I reported everything to my supervisor and they sent 2 officers to inspect the area. They didn't find anyone. They told me it was probably a transient or a hermit and that these things happen, but I knew something was wrong. Whoever it was knew the area better than any visitor could. They knew where the cameras were, where the trails crossed, where I usually parked. A few days later, while checking a trail camera near the North Ridge, I found the SD card missing. The camera housing was intact, no damage, just the card gone. Someone had to know exactly where it was and how to remove it. I checked the others along the perimeter. 2 more were missing their cards. It was like someone was deliberately erasing any trace of themselves. By early June, I was sleeping barely 3 hours a night. Every sound outside felt amplified. I'd wake up to twigs snapping, sometimes to the faint sound of breathing just beyond the cabin walls. I told myself I was imagining it, but deep down I knew I wasn't. The final night I spent there still plays in my head in fragments. I was on evening patrol, following the ridge road toward the southern loop. I noticed a faint light deeper in the trees, a flicker like a lantern. It was about a mile from where I'd found that first strange camp. Against every bit of reason, I parked my truck, grabbed my flashlight, and started walking toward it. The ground was soft, the forest quiet except for the wind. The light faded as I got closer, like someone was moving it away. I followed for nearly half an hour before I reached a small ravine. That's where I saw it. A makeshift shelter built into the side of the slope. Branches, plastic sheets, bits of metal, and an old sleeping bag. Smoke still hung in the air from a dead fire. Inside the shelter were piles of bones again, larger this time. Deer mostly, but mixed with something else I couldn't identify right away. There were cans stacked neatly, small tools, and a large piece of cloth nailed to a tree behind it. My flashlight beam caught something written on it in charcoal, lines and symbols that didn't make any sense. My stomach turned when I saw what was hanging beside it. My missing uniform shirt, stained and torn, pinned to the bark with a sharpened stick. I turned back fast, moving through the trees as quietly as I could. Halfway to the truck, I stopped because I could hear someone moving behind me. Slow steps, deliberate, matching my pace. I didn't run. I knew better than to run in the dark. But I moved as quickly as I could, barely breathing. When I finally reached the clearing, my truck's headlights reflected off something. Eyes, just for a second, at the tree line. Then they were gone. I drove all night back to the ranger station. I filed my report the next morning and told them I wasn't staying another night in that sector. They sent a full search team 2 days later. I worked as a park ranger for the better part of 15 years, stationed in different national parks across Western Canada. Most of those years passed quietly. I spent my days walking trails, checking campsites, maintaining signs, and helping the occasional lost hiker find their way back to the main road. I enjoyed the solitude of it. The air always felt clean, and there was a kind of silence you could never find anywhere else. But there was one summer back in 2017 that still sits in the back of my mind, heavy and cold. It was the summer I started my post at Kettle River Provincial Park in British Columbia. It wasn't the biggest park I'd ever worked in, but it had enough miles of trails, thick forest, and old service roads to keep a ranger busy. That season started like any other. The snow had melted early that year, and by May the trails were already busy with campers and families. My duties were simple. Patrol the main trails, make sure no one was lighting fires outside the designated pits, and keep track of the wildlife sightings. It was mostly black bears and the occasional moose. Nothing out of the ordinary. One of the first things I noticed about Kettle River Park was how dense the forest felt, especially around the eastern loop of the park where the main river split into smaller channels. The trees there grew so close together that you could barely see 10 feet ahead in some areas. The air felt damp and heavy, and there was this constant hum of insects that made it hard to tell how far you'd walked. I always had to check my compass, even when I thought I knew where I was going. It was around mid-June when things started to feel wrong. We'd had reports of someone camping illegally in one of the closed sections of the park, a stretch of woods that had been off-limits since a rockslide blocked the old service road 2 years prior. It wasn't unusual to find people ignoring those restrictions. They'd hike in from a nearby road, thinking they'd get away with some quiet camping away from the crowds. Usually I'd find a tent, a cold fire pit, maybe some trash, and that was it. But this one was different. The report came from a hiker who said she'd seen an orange tent deep in the closed zone, near a dry creek bed about 5 kilometers east of the ranger station. She said it looked abandoned, but couldn't be sure. My supervisor told me to check it out during my next patrol, so the following morning, I packed my gear, radio, GPS, first aid kit, and a few energy bars, and headed out. The first few kilometers were easy enough. The trail followed the old service road, now overgrown with grass and saplings. You could still make out the old tire ruts beneath the dirt, but nature had started to take it back. After about an hour of walking, the road narrowed and turned rocky. I remembered the temperature dropping, even though it was a warm day. The sound of the wind changed too, muffled somehow by the density of the trees. By the time I reached the dry creek bed, I was sweating and swatting at clouds of mosquitoes. That's when I saw the tent. It was indeed orange, half collapsed and dirty, with one side caved in as if it had been there for a while. There were no footprints around it, no gear lying outside, no smoke, nothing. Just the tent sitting there in a patch of flattened grass. I crouched down to inspect it. The zipper was open halfway, and when I pulled it the rest of the way, a thick smell came out. old food, sweat, and something faintly metallic. Inside, there was a sleeping bag, a torn tarp, and a few cans of food. No sign of who'd been using it. I radioed the station to report what I found, but the signal was weak and kept cutting out. I managed to get a short message through and decided to pack up the items and bring them back for inspection. I remember thinking it looked like someone had left in a hurry. As I gathered the gear, I noticed a few odd things. The food cans were all open but empty, as if someone had scraped them completely clean. There were also long scratches in the dirt near the tent, parallel lines, maybe made by a stick or something being dragged. They led away from the campsite into the forest. I followed them for a few meters, but they disappeared into the underbrush. I left the area uneasy, checking over my shoulder more than once. By the time I got back to the main trail, it was late afternoon. The park closed at sunset, so I hurried back. I didn't think too much of it then. People abandoned camps all the time, but that night when I logged my findings, I realized something strange. The map from 2 years ago showed no clearings near that dry creek bed. It was supposed to be thick forest, yet the area I'd found the tent in was open, as if something had flattened it. Trees pushed aside, branches snapped. I made a note of it and moved on. 2 days later, another report came in. This time from a maintenance worker clearing fallen branches on a trail near the same area. He said he'd found a piece of clothing, a torn flannel shirt, caught on a low branch about 1 kilometer from the dry creek. He left it there thinking it belonged to one of the missing hikers we occasionally heard about. There hadn't been any official missing person reports that season, but every park has its share of unsolved disappearances, and sometimes items turn up years later. I decided to go back. This time I took one of the ATVs as far as I could before the road turned too narrow, then hiked the rest. The forest felt different that day. I can't explain it, but it was quieter. Even the insects weren't as loud. It was the kind of silence that made you hear your own heartbeat. When I reached the dry creek again, the tent was gone. Every bit of it. No poles, no tarp, no trash. The grass where it had stood was trampled and wet, even though it hadn't rained in days. The scratches in the dirt were gone too. I stood there for a long time, just listening. The forest was completely still. I went looking for the shirt the worker mentioned and found it easily. It was still hanging from the branch. But beneath it, partly covered by leaves, I found something else. A boot, old, weathered, but still intact. I picked it up and saw dark stains on the sole like dried mud or something else. It was heavier than it should have been, and when I turned it upside down, a few small bones fell out. Animal bones, maybe, but I couldn't tell. I took the boot and shirt back with me and filed another report. My supervisor decided to notify local RCMP just in case. But since we had no confirmed missing persons in that area, it didn't go anywhere. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about the missing tent. A week passed before anything else happened. Then one evening, as I was finishing my shift, a faint call came through on the radio from one of the remote motion sensors near the park's eastern boundary. Those sensors were set up to detect wildlife movement, but sometimes they caught hikers or vehicles too. The signal showed movement just past the restricted zone, right around where the dry creek was. I decided to check it out first thing in the morning. The next day, I set out early. The air was heavy and gray, the sky covered in clouds that looked ready to burst. I reached the area by noon and immediately saw signs of disturbance. Branches broken at shoulder height, boot prints, fresh ones this time, and small pieces of torn fabric stuck to bushes. Whoever had been there was moving fast and not carefully. The prints led toward an old service trail that hadn't been used in years. It sloped downward and ran parallel to the river for about 2 kilometers before disappearing into thicker woods. I followed it slowly, marking my location as I went. At one point I came across what looked like a campfire pit filled with black ash and half-burnt wood. Nearby was a small pile of rocks stacked neatly, like someone had been trying to build something, maybe a windbreak, maybe a marker. As I knelt to inspect it, I noticed a smell, faint but sharp, like rotting meat. It wasn't coming from the fire pit, but from the woods just beyond it. I stepped closer, pushing through the branches until I saw something lying in the dirt. It took me a moment to realize it was a deer carcass or what was left of it. The ribs were clean, too clean, stripped down to bone. There were claw marks around the body, but they didn't look like bear marks. They were uneven, deep, like something had torn into it repeatedly. I'd seen predator kills before, but this was different. It looked methodical, deliberate. I turned back toward the trail and noticed more prints, but this time they weren't boot prints. They were bare feet, small but not child-sized. They were spaced close together, like someone had been walking slowly, carefully. The tracks led deeper into the woods, away from the old trail. I followed them until they reached the edge of another clearing. At first glance, I thought it was another camp. But as I got closer, I saw it was something else. Someone had built a kind of shelter out of branches and old tarps. It was hidden behind a cluster of fallen trees, almost invisible from the main trail. Inside, there were piles of animal bones, old cans, and bits of clothing. I also found several empty water bottles and a rusted hunting knife driven into a tree trunk. Whoever had been living there had been doing it for a while. I backed out slowly, trying not to disturb anything, and radioed for backup, but the signal was completely dead. I decided to head back toward the ATV, but the forest felt disoriented. I couldn't see the trail I'd come from. Everything looked the same. Dense trees, uneven ground, patches of moss. My GPS kept flickering in and out, showing my position jumping around randomly. For nearly 2 hours, I walked in what I thought was the right direction, but somehow I ended up back at the shelter. That's when I noticed something new. The deer carcass I'd seen earlier was gone. Not moved, gone. Even the blood on the grow. I started working as a park ranger in northern Montana about 6 years ago, assigned to a massive stretch of forest near the Canadian border. It's a place most people have never heard of, and that's probably for the best. The land up there feels forgotten, almost untouched by time. There are no tourist trails, no fancy lodges, just dirt roads, old fire watchtowers, and miles upon miles of deep forest that swallows everything whole. When I first arrived, I thought it was beautiful, the kind of beauty that makes you feel small but calm at the same time. The air was always cool, even in summer, and the pine needles softened every footstep. You could walk for hours without hearing another person, just the occasional crow or the wind through the trees. But after a while I started to understand why the older rangers kept to themselves and avoided night patrols whenever they could. It's not because of anything supernatural. It's because nature itself, when it's that isolated, starts to feel hostile. The silence becomes so thick it feels like it's pressing on your ears. Every snapped branch, every rustle of leaves, every dark shape just beyond your flashlight beam makes your body tense before your brain even catches up. My first summer there was quiet. I handled the usual duties, checking campsites, inspecting back roads for illegal dumping, watching for signs of fire, and keeping track of animal movement. Most of the time I worked alone. My main post was an old fire lookout tower called Ridge Point, which sat at the top of a steep ridge surrounded by dense forest. From up there, I could see a patchwork of valleys, rivers, and cliffs stretching all the way to the horizon. The tower itself was built in the 1950s, all weathered wood and rusted metal fixtures. Inside was a narrow cot, a desk, a small stove, and a two-way radio that barely worked when it rained. It was my home for most of that summer. I used to think of it as peaceful, a place where nothing could reach me. I stopped thinking that after what happened in August of that year. It started with reports of missing hunters. 2 men from a nearby town hadn't come back after a weekend trip. Their truck was found at the base of an old logging road deep inside the forest. I was assigned to help search for them. We had a small team of rangers and a couple of local volunteers. The first day of the search, we covered miles of ground without finding anything. The second day, one of the volunteers found a torn piece of clothing caught on a branch near a steep drop-off. We followed a faint trail leading down the slope and discovered where one of them had likely slipped. The dirt was disturbed, branches snapped. It looked like someone had slid down fast and tried to grab onto roots or rocks to stop the fall. We followed that path down to the bottom of the ravine. But there was nothing. No footprints, no gear, no sign of blood, just silence. It was unsettling. Usually if someone fell, you'd find something. a hat, a backpack, a shoe. But it was like the ground had swallowed him whole. After 4 days of searching, the official effort was called off. The families were told that the terrain was too rough and that they'd probably wandered too far into the wilderness. I stayed behind a few more days, doing my own patrols. I couldn't shake the feeling that something about it wasn't right. A week later, during a routine sweep near the same area, I found their campsite. It was about 5 miles from where we'd been searching, hidden in a small clearing that wasn't visible from the main trails. The tent was still standing. There was food left out on a folding table, half-eaten, now covered in mold. A small cooler sat beside the tent, lid open, flies buzzing around. What struck me most was how ordinary it looked, like they'd just stepped away for a minute and never came back. There was no sign of a struggle, no blood, no animal tracks. Their sleeping bags were unrolled. A flashlight sat on the table, still working when I clicked it. The only thing out of place was a small hunting knife driven deep into a nearby tree, blade first, as if someone had thrown it hard. That image stuck with me. The sheer force it would take to embed the knife that deep wasn't something you'd do casually. I noted the coordinates, took photos, and reported everything to my supervisor. They logged it and told me to pack up the site for evidence. I came back the next morning with bags and tags. But when I reached the clearing, the tent was gone. Everything, the table, the cooler, even the knife, was gone. The grass was flattened where the tent had been, but it looked like someone had come through in the night and cleaned up every trace. I remember standing there in that empty clearing for a long time, feeling the weight of the silence pressing on me. I looked for tire tracks or footprints, but the ground was hard and dry. Nothing. I even radioed in, but the signal was weak, full of static. I ended up hiking back to the tower that evening, uneasy and tired. That night I couldn't sleep. The wind was howling around the tower, making the old metal supports groan. Every few minutes I thought I heard something faint below, a soft thudding sound, rhythmic like footsteps. I told myself it was just the wind knocking loose branches against the metal stairs. Around midnight, the power flickered. The tower had a small generator that kicked on automatically when needed, but this time it sputtered, then went silent. The only light left was from my lantern. I remember walking to the window and looking out over the dark forest below. It stretched endlessly, black and quiet. Then I saw a small light moving through the trees far below, like a flashlight beam, weaving slowly between the trunks. It moved too steadily to be fireflies and too low to be a drone. I thought maybe it was another ranger, but no one had reported being in that area. I watched it for a long time until it disappeared behind a ridge. The next morning I went down to check. I followed the general direction I'd seen the light moving, but all I found was a faint trail of disturbed pine needles leading toward an old logging camp that had been abandoned for decades. The cabins there were half collapsed, covered in moss, their windows long shattered. I walked through the remains, looking for signs of anyone, footprints, recent trash, anything. But there was nothing. I checked my watch. It was just past noon. The forest was completely silent. No birds, no insects. That silence made my skin crawl. I remember crouching near one of the collapsed cabins and noticing something strange, deep indentations in the ground, almost like someone had driven a heavy metal pole repeatedly into the dirt. They were spaced evenly apart, forming a rough circle around the clearing. I couldn't figure out what they were for. They were too deep for tent stakes, too wide for animal tracks. After a few hours, I hiked back up to the tower. When I got there, I noticed something I hadn't before. Small scratches near the base of the stairs. Not deep claw marks, just thin scrapes in the paint, running parallel in neat lines. They looked almost deliberate, like someone dragging a piece of metal across the surface. The next few nights were restless. I kept hearing noises, faint metallic clinks, the sound of something shifting weight on the lower steps, sometimes even the quiet creak of the door latch moving slightly in the wind. I told myself it was just the structure settling. But then one morning when I stepped outside, I saw fresh mud on the first few steps, as if someone had climbed up part way during the night. I started locking the hatch from the inside every night after that. By mid-September, the weather started turning cold. The other rangers rotated out, and I was the only one left covering that section of the park. My shift was due to end in another week. I was counting down the days. One evening, I went out on patrol near the river that cut through the lower part of the forest. The sun was already setting, and the water looked dark and slow. I followed a faint path that ran parallel to it for a few miles. That's when I noticed something new, a series of wooden stakes driven into the ground near the riverbank. Each stake had a small strip of cloth tied to it, fluttering in the wind. They were evenly spaced, maybe 10 feet apart, and ran for nearly half a mile along the bank. There were no markings, no signs of who had put them there. I followed them until the last one ended abruptly near a pile of rocks. When I looked closer, I saw another set of those same deep indentations in the soil, the same kind I'd seen near the old logging camp. I stood there for a long time, trying to make sense of it. The air smelled faintly of something metallic, like rust or blood, though there was no sign of either. I returned to the tower just after dark. That night was colder than usual and the wind never stopped. I sat at the desk writing my report, and around 2 a.m. I heard it again, the faint clink of metal on metal from below. Then the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the stairs, slow, deliberate, heavy. I didn't move. I just sat there staring at the hatch door, feeling every muscle in my body tighten. The footsteps reached the landing just below, paused, then retreated, creaking softly until they disappeared. I stayed awake until sunrise, waiting for the light to return. When I finally worked up the nerve to go outside, the first few steps were coated in mud again. This time, there were boot prints. Large ones. Too large to be from any of the rangers I knew. They led up 5 steps and stopped, as if whoever it was had turned around and gone back down. That was my breaking point. I radioed in that morning, reported possible trespassing, and requested an early transfer. My supervisor approved it, but it would take a few days for the replacement ranger to arrive. I spent those last days locked inside the... I worked as a seasonal park ranger for several years, mostly bouncing between different forests and recreation areas depending on what was available. I never minded the isolation, the long hours, or the unpredictable conditions. What I did mind, though I didn't realize it until that summer, was how quiet some places could be. I learned that too much quiet out there in the wilderness can make you start to notice things you'd rather ignore. That summer, I was stationed at a remote section of a national park in the Pacific Northwest. It was the kind of area that didn't attract tourists. No famous viewpoints, no visitor centers, just long stretches of old forest, forgotten trails, and narrow dirt roads that washed out every few weeks. The Park Service mostly sent rangers like me there to keep an eye out for illegal hunters, campers, and the occasional lost hiker. The district I was assigned to was called Ridgeway Sector. It stretched for dozens of miles and was mostly forest, with deep valleys carved by rivers that swelled after the spring melt. My main duty was to patrol a rough loop that took 2 full days on foot. I'd check trail markers, inspect campsites, and write down any signs of trouble, trash piles, illegal fire pits, fresh ATV tracks where no vehicles were allowed. It was lonely work, but I liked it that way. The small ranger cabin where I stayed sat near a creek. It was an old structure from the 1960s, used by fire crews back then. It had a metal roof, a single bedroom, and a front porch that looked out over the water. At night, the sound of the creek was constant, and it made the silence of the forest feel less heavy. There was no cell signal, no internet, and no radio except for the park-issued one we used to check in twice a day. The first few weeks were uneventful. The weather was mild, the trails were dry, and I only came across a few groups of backpackers. Most of the time I just wrote notes, cleared fallen branches, and checked water levels at the creek crossings. I like to think of myself as invisible out there, a quiet presence making sure everything ran smoothly. But toward late July, I started noticing things that didn't fit. The first was a tent. I came across it on the east side of the ridge, about 7 miles from the nearest marked trail. It was half collapsed, weather-beaten, and looked like it had been there for weeks. The campsite around it was messy, Empty cans, torn food wrappers, a burnt-out fire ring. But what made me pause were the small details. Someone had strung bits of fishing line around the perimeter, tied between trees. Hanging from the lines were metal bottle caps, bits of tin foil, and soda can tabs. It looked like some kind of crude alarm system. I wrote it down in my log as an abandoned camp and packed out the trash. But that image, those bottle caps spinning slowly in the wind, stuck in my head. It was as if whoever had camped there was trying to hear something coming before it arrived. A few days later, I found another camp, even deeper in the woods. Same kind of setup. This one was newer, maybe only a few days old. The same tinfoil perimeter lines, the same half-burned fire ring. There was a small folding knife left on a log, still open, blade rusted but not yet dull. I didn't find any ID, no notes, no personal belongings besides a few energy bar wrappers. It was odd, but not alarming. People did strange things in the wilderness all the time. I reported it, tagged the site, and moved on. Then came the noises. At first, I thought they were just animals. I'd hear something faint at night while sitting on the porch of the cabin, like distant footsteps moving through leaves, slow and deliberate, stopping when I stood up. The forest could play tricks on you. Sounds carried strangely between the trees. But what made it different was how regular it became. Every night, just after midnight, I'd hear something move on the ridge above the creek. Not fast like a deer, not crashing like a bear, just a slow, steady rhythm. The ground around the cabin was soft, a mix of pine needles and silt from the creek, so I started checking for prints in the morning. I found nothing. No clear tracks, just flattened patches of soil that could have been from anything. One morning, I found a small pile of rocks near the creek. 3 stones stacked neatly, not far from where I drew water. It looked deliberate. The next day there was another stack, slightly taller, maybe 10 feet away from the first. I knocked them over, thinking it was just some campers trying to leave their mark, but new ones appeared 2 days later. Always near the water, always stacked the same way. By August, the forest felt different. It's hard to explain unless you've spent long stretches completely alone. The air itself starts to feel heavier. You start noticing tiny details, the way the branches sway, the way silence falls in uneven patterns, how even your own footsteps sound like they don't belong. That month, a hiker went missing. A man in his 40s from Vancouver who'd been backpacking solo through the southern section of the park. He checked in at the main station but never signed out. A search crew was sent out and I was part of it. We found his pack after 3 days. It was propped neatly against a tree, zipped shut, all his gear inside. His map was still dry. No torn fabric, no animal signs, no drag marks. It looked as if he had just taken it off and walked away. A few miles from there, one of the other rangers found another one of those fishing line setups with tin foil strips hanging from it. The others laughed, said it was just some paranoid camper, but I knew it was the same kind I'd been finding weeks earlier. We never found the man. After that, I started keeping a detailed log every night. I'd write down everything: the temperature, the sound of the creek, the direction of the wind, any movement I thought I heard. It was a way to stay grounded. But as the nights went on, the noises got closer. There were times when I could swear I heard breathing outside the cabin. Slow, steady, like someone standing just past the porch railing. I never found footprints, though. Once I left a lantern burning through the night. When I stepped outside in the morning, I found the lantern had been moved 2 feet to the left, sitting neatly on the top step. I thought maybe I was losing it. Too many days alone, too much forest silence pressing in. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Then, in mid-August, the creek dropped after a week of hot weather, and the rocks along the edge were exposed. That's when I saw something I still can't make sense of. There were footprints along the mud, coming down from the tree line, bare feet, long strides, deep impressions. They stopped at the water's edge, then turned back. I followed them for about 30 yards until they vanished into harder soil. They were fresh. That same night I decided to stay awake. I sat on the porch with my flashlight, waiting, listening. The forest was dead quiet, not even crickets. Around 1 in the morning I heard movement near the creek again. Same slow steps, same rhythm. I kept the light off and waited until I could hear it clearly. Then I switched the beam on. The flashlight hit nothing but trees and empty brush. But when I walked down to the water, There were wet footprints on the rocks. Bare, wide prints leading toward the cabin. I backed inside and locked the door. I stayed up until dawn. In the morning, the footprints were gone. The mud was smooth again, as if someone had brushed it clean. I radioed the main station and told them I thought there might be someone trespassing in my area. Maybe a hermit. Maybe someone living off-grid illegally. They said they'd send another ranger to check in a few days. I felt a little better knowing someone would come out, but those next few days were some of the longest of my life. Every night I heard it, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away. I found new rock stacks every morning, always arranged in neat little lines leading from the creek toward the tree line. When the other ranger finally arrived, a guy named Miller, I was half out of my mind from lack of sleep. I showed him the rock piles, the tinfoil lines, the footprints, but he didn't see anything unusual. Everything I tried to point out looked like random forest clutter to him. He stayed one night. Nothing happened. The next morning, he drove back to the station, said he'd file a report but didn't see any reason to send more people. After that, I stopped sleeping in the cabin. I started setting up my sleeping bag in random spots nearby. Sometimes behind the cabin, sometimes deeper into the woods. I didn't want whoever or whatever was out there to know where I was each night. It didn't help. One morning, I woke to find a circle of small stones around my sleeping bag. Not stacked, just laid out in a perfect ring. I hadn't heard a thing all night. By late August, I couldn't take it anymore. I radioed in that I was cutting my assignment short due to health concerns. They didn't argue. I packed my gear and hiked the 7 miles to the dirt road where a truck was scheduled to pick me up. When I got to the road, I turned around one last time. The forest behind me was still. No movement, no sound. But across the dirt, just on the edge of the trees, I saw a row of small stacked rocks. 7 of them. The pickup arrived about 20 minutes later. I got in without looking back. I never went back to Ridgeway Sector after that. A few months later, I heard through another ranger that they'd found signs of a camp deep in that same area, similar to the ones I'd found. Tinfoil, fishing line, and empty cans. But this one had something different. They'd found a small dugout shelter covered with branches, and inside it, the partial remains of a human skeleton. No ID, no clothing, nothing but bones. The official report said it was probably a lost hiker or survivalist who died of exposure years earlier. They closed that sect,